All good. Yeah.
And then try to the same for so we kind of, so it's not like
So at least plenty of people showed up, so that's good. There will be some more coming, I guess. All right. Welcome, everybody. If you haven't taken a seat already, if you're still downstairs grabbing coffee, then now is a good time to come up and join us for Transform 2022. I'm very happy and excited to be here with you. It's the first time we organize an event at least at this scale. So thanks all for joining. I know a lot of you people here in the audience. Probably not all of you know me. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Chris. I'm the founder and CEO of this company, of DataMinded. We've been in data for 8 years now, and Transform is an event to look back and to also celebrate the things we've achieved together, and looking forward to 2023. So I hope we can give you an entertaining afternoon. I'm going to make my part, at least, of the talk interactive. So I set up a Mentimeter. I don't know if you know what that is, but if you have a cell phone with you, you can go to menti.com and use that code or scan in the QR code. Because I am going to ask you a few questions during the talks, after talks, during the day. And there's also a little bit of a quiz part of it. So the end of it, we'll see who has the highest score, and he or she wins a special prize. A few practical things, so that there will be a photographer here. If you've not already seen him, I don't see him right now, but he's here somewhere. If you don't like your picture to be published, Beth is there. Tell Beth, like, please, I don't want to be online, don't use my image. Then she will take note, and we will filter you out of the images, right? We have 2 breaks foreseen between talks. The breaks is only 15 minutes, but during the breaks we go downstairs, we have a few drinks. If you're super thirsty during the talks, there in that little kitchenette there, you can grab a few drinks as well. After the talks, after the content part, we will also do a networking reception. We will do it across the street in the Optimist. It's super easy. It's right there, but then we get some small snacks and some drinks afterwards. We try to do everything on time today, although it's going to be a very packed agenda. So let's see if we can keep it up. We will also be live streaming the event to YouTube. So for those of you following online, welcome as well. But yeah, most important is all of you are here. So to check out the Mentimeter thing, I'm curious, how are you feeling today? So if you're not on Menti yet, go to menti.com, type in 7748-9710, and then we ask you to rank these feelings, right? I see the first coming in: curious, grateful, energized, inspired, nervous, cold. Maybe some of you are very cold. It's fair enough, right? Because it's super cold these days. So I'll wait a bit until most of you are curious. Okay, I'm a bit curious as well to see what the other talks will be like. Not a lot of you are cold. That's good. Grateful, energized. Okay, so nobody is nervous. That's cool. Maybe some of you were about to speak in half an hour. No, okay, fair enough. All right. I'm mostly, if I look at this event, for me, it's mostly gratitude. I feel I'm very grateful for all the things that we've done, and for the collaboration we had. By the way, we're also going to do this quiz, as I said, now at this screen, you should be able to enter your name. If you haven't entered your name yet, for the people online as well, you can also go to menti.com, use the same code, enter your name here. I'll wait for a bit, and then I'll see the first question to see, to test out if the audience is receiving this well. By the way, who already tried out ChatGPT? ChatGPT. It's pretty impressive. So I asked ChatGPT to do my job. I asked him like, hey, how can you transform an organization to be more data-minded in 2023? And ChatGPT gave me a list of 5 things it should do to be more data-minded. And so the question is now, I'm hearing an echo here, just a second. Yeah, it's coming. Sorry. It's really weird echo. I'll leave it at this. Yeah, anyway. So the question I asked, no results yet, of course not. That's weird. The question didn't pop up. I'm sorry about that. Is it here? Yeah, question 1 out of 10. Is it not popping up? No, then I'm going to skip it, sorry. Another question to you is, what do you want to get out of today? So it's an open question. I'm curious, by the end of the day, if you leave home, what is the ideal thing that you want to take away from this day? So inspiration, learning from each other, other things. I'm going to come back with my ChatGPT question later. I'm going to figure it out why it's not popping up. Connect, meet, yeah. All right, that's a lot already. I need to scroll down. Wisdom. So expectations are high. I'll do my best. Yeah. Learn, get inspired. All right, cool. This is an unmoderated field, by the way, so please be gentle with your answers. I have no clue who enters what. I can't trace it back to. Yeah. All right. Cool. That's interesting to know. But mainly, I want to come back to what I said earlier, that I feel grateful because most of you here are data professionals who work in the data field day in, day out. And you always have plans that you think is going to be super easy, like how hard can it be? We just go to the cloud, we set up a platform, we build use cases, we get a return on investment from our data, and we make a lot of money. But we all know that reality is a lot more difficult than that, right? It's the same for us. So I think we've been with quite a few of you, we've been on quite a few journeys, and we've had our ups and downs, but in the end, if I look back 8 years data-minded, I think I'm super proud what we achieved together with the customers. So I'm very happy to be here and to be able to host an event like this, right? And if all goes well, and we don't screw up too much in the future, then hopefully we can do a lot more events, right, in the coming years. So yeah, that's the picture I took because one of the first speakers we're going to announce soon is Bart. I didn't take this picture. I stole it from your website. Bart works for Luminous, and I think Luminous, but he'll share the story. I won't spoil it, but Luminous is one of those clients where we've been involved for a couple of years, and it's really cool to see them basically developing from a more standard BI organization with a more traditional approach to now like fully equipped, machine learning ready, like putting data at the center, a real transformation that they went through. And I often, when clients ask me like, how should we do it? I often point to, well, you should look at Luminous, how they're doing it. So I think you're one of our, I would call flagship clients. So thanks a lot for being here and also sharing your learnings with the rest of the organization. With that, the first talk of the day I'm going to announce is actually our own talk. It's going to be the state of data. And instead of me just talking about how I see the future, I invited 4 other people from Data-Minded to let them share how they look at data. So without further ado, Pascal, Gergely, Yelena, and Nathan, you can come here, and I'll switch the screens around.
Thanks, Chris. Welcome everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Pascal. I'm CTO here at Data-Minded, and very happy to actually present the very first talk. State of data. In this talk, like some of our team is going to share their experiences of 2022. Before I actually give the word to the first speaker, I want to take you a little bit further back. The last 10 years are sometimes referenced as the decade of data. And if I look back personally, like it's about 10 years, I think a little bit more, when I encountered my first use case where I actually had to look into big data technologies. And it's about the same time when I actually was working together with Chris, when we were talking about like, can we do something more than linear trend lines and linear regression, and how are we going to explain this to customers? If we now look forward to like 2022, like a lot has happened in this industry. We had a tremendous momentum in the industry. And if you actually, I recently came across this chart, and what it actually shows is the momentum, but from a VC point of view. So here you actually see in the last 10 years, the amount of money that's being invested in data. And it started about 10 years ago, like more and more money is being invested, with an absolute apex in 2021, with about like 60 billion being invested into data startups, which is gigantic. Like you see 2002 is a little bit lower. I guess you all know why it's a little bit lower. The numbers aren't final, but it won't be there. It will be a little bit lower, but it shows this gigantic momentum that lives in this industry for actually the last 10 years. And of course, like what happens when you invest a tremendous amount of energy and you have all this momentum, you get a data landscape that actually goes from something like this in 2012 to a data landscape that looks like this today. So many new tools. I think today we have more tools and technologies available than we ever had before in the data space. But of course, like for organizations to actually leverage all of that, they need people. And especially in the early days, you had a very new space, very new technology, so there weren't that many people available. So what happened is actually we really went into a war on talent. And I think still today, like it's very hard for organizations to find the right profiles. And so how do you actually solve this war on talent? Well, one solution is actually getting more people into this space. So what actually happened is we started calling everything the sexiest job of the 21st century. Right? Like it started in 2012 with actually data science being called the sexiest job of the 21st century. And then over the years, like I think like any data job has been called at some point the sexiest job of the 21st century. I have a different opinion what the sexiest job of the 21st century should be, but everybody's agreed, like a lot of these things are always referenced with data. And I think it's very important to actually see this happening. Now, of course, more and more people have actually, due to this, like more and more people have actually gone into the data space, but the demand has also like kept on growing and growing and growing. And so still today, we are short on people all the time. So what else? Are there additional things that companies can do? And I want to highlight 3 things what I think organizations are doing today and what they can start doing today. And one of the first things I want to highlight is using existing skills. And I think more recently, this has become way more visible. Like we've gone all the way back from the early days. Nowadays, we're going back to SQL. And we see this in the tooling, every tooling going back to SQL, supporting more SQL. And most large organizations have already SQL professionals at their organization. So it seems like a very strong match. And on the side of that, that also explains why tools like dbt are so popular nowadays. If we then look at like a second point, it's all about shift left. So what does shift left actually means? It's all about moving things earlier up in the process. So everything downstream actually benefits from this. So we've seen this in the data space happening with data quality testing, with metadata, but also at an organizational level, right? If we look at nowadays, we're moving ownership all the way back to the business domains, and we call that then data mesh. But everything, or the entire organization downstream benefits from those movements. The last point I want to highlight is the focus on enablement. And what do I mean with focusing on enablement? It means like creating the right culture within your organization, creating the right tools, providing the right tools and the right processes so people can actually own data in production. And this has also given rise to concepts like golden paths and paved roads. but it's also created like a new role. And that new role is, of course, the platform engineer. And I think like all these things are about like making organizations better, more efficient in dealing with data. And given the current economic climate, I think these three things will actually become even more important in 2023. And it's exactly these 3 points about using existing skills. It's about shifting left, and it's about enablement that 3 people of our team are going to talk about. And I'm happy to give the word to the first speaker, Jelena. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal. So, my name is Jelena, and I'm going to tell you about data engineering technology. So, let's start with something. Big data is getting simpler. Okay, so this is where dbt comes in. So who knows dbt? Who heard about? So let's say it's just do transformation, does the one thing, does it well. It is a compiler, okay? So there's no engine. It just compiles your code, makes pure SQL, and then send it to these guys to work with it, okay? So we set good practices. So let's see what are those good practices. So first thing, let's go back to this lovely code. Okay, we don't want this monolith, okay? What we want to split this in different modules, and then each of these modules is easy to debug, it's easy to test, and easy to maintain. That's the first thing. Next thing, we want version control. So you know how it goes, like if you version things yourself, version 1, version 2, version 3, version final 2, version final, and so on, you know? And if you don't do the proper versioning, and I know people like who work with SAS, they often have like this folder somewhere and everybody works on it, you know? No, that's not the way to do. We need proper version control. But in SAS, it's not so easy to get it. And in DBT, it just works out of the box. Testing. Okay, so we need to test everything. DBT makes it very easy. Basically, you have generic tests, and it's literally as easy as putting one word. Like you put one word, and it does the test. You don't have to write anything else. If you want something different, you can have similar tests also. But we have a thing which is quite new here compared to software development, okay? In software development, input for your software is usually easy, okay? But in data, garbage in, garbage out. So we shouldn't just test your code or your logic, we have to test data. And this is what DBT introduces, testing your data constantly. So, don't repeat yourself. So, repetition is the root of all software evil. Why is this? Well, first, like if you just copy-paste the same logic, and then if you want to change it, you have to change it everywhere. This is annoying. And also very likely you're not going to change it really everywhere. So you don't want to do that. And Jinja and YAML are making it easy in SQL and DBT to do that. In old SQL, you actually have to repeat the same logic. But now you don't have to do that. You have variables, you have for loops, you have conditionals, you have macros, which work as functions, and you even have packages where you can get the completed logic from. Then you want to have separate development and production environment because all the software, they're living things. You want to have something working in production and be available to do that. In old SQL, you would have to manually encode, like writing to different tables and stuff. Here, you just put one flag and you can switch the environment super easy. And finally, documentation. Recently, I was looking for some data in a data warehouse we have, and it's a nightmare, you know, because there is kind of documentation, but it's not really up to date, and like nobody likes to do that and stuff. So yeah, you know how it goes. In DBT, documentation is created with basically one click, one line, and enter, and so it's automatically created. There's a very small amount you have to do manually, you know? And this is kind of documentation which is useful, which is always up to date, and which is always there. Great. So a lot of nice things, but I can hear some of you thinking, yeah, okay, this is nice. I can do the same in PySpark, you know? So why would I want to do this? Awesome. You can do it in PySpark, you do it in PySpark. This is a long discussion, and here is like Chris talking about this 2 years ago, and then a year ago it became in again when somebody else started the discussion again. So if you ask me, should I use DBT or should I use PySpark in my organization? The thing is, first, let's make one thing clear. These are two completely different things. One is just templating tool. So basically, remember, you just compile your SQL and you send it somewhere else. The other one is actual engine. But okay, they basically solve same type of problems. So it's not a question of what kind of problem you have to solve, it's what kind of people you have and what kind of resources. And even more, what kind of people you have, because resources nowadays, they're cheap, they're easy to upgrade, you can always just use the cloud. People, as Pascal said, we are lacking people with the skills we need. And what we want to do, we want to empower the people we already have. What kind of people we have? We have data analysts. We have a lot of data analysts, and I myself taught quite a few of them. It's very easy to teach them DBT because they already know SQL. It's not so easy to teach them PySpark. So, good. What's missing? There's still one thing missing. So, DBT puts together data analysts and data engineers, but who is not in the loop? Data scientists. Okay, so data scientists, you can't do all these things in SQL. First, you can't really train models there, but also there are other things. Like when I teach DBT to people who know SQL, they're very happy. Or people who don't know anything, they're very happy with SQL. But if I try to teach people who have a lot of programming experience, SQL, they're never happy with it. There's like, it's too rigid, there are all these different things like I can't do there, so they're always missing. You know, if you want to do, for example, generate the data set, artificial data set, do some kind of complex matrix stuff, text parsing, all these things you can just do in Python, but you can't really do in SQL. So PySpark was actually doing good here with putting data scientist and data engineer together, but it would still leave out data analyst. We want everybody together. Why is this important? You know, so this is like this kind of a standard situation. So what's happening here? On this side of the wall, we have data scientists. They have their own computer. They develop their model, and then poof, throw the model to data engineer. And data engineer is like, okay, what the hell am I going to do with this? So they put that in production, you know, they take their dbt or PySpark or whatever, they put the thing in production, you know, and then data scientist changes something, you know, and then he's like, okay, what do I do now? You know, what's happening here? And these two things kind of over time diverge, they're completely part of different workflow, you know, and this is not what we want. We want everything to be one code base. One pipeline, everybody on the same table working together. So basically, we want this all done. And dbt helps with that. In October 2022, so a bit more than a month ago, there was a conference, and they announced that dbt now actually supports Python. I don't know how many of you heard about that already? Okay, a couple of you, nice. I know, are you excited as I am about it? I'm very excited. I think it's awesome. And it's awesome because like it's kind of, I love dbt, but I always use this Python stuff, you know? Like there's always something I can do much easier in Python. And being able to do everything in the same, it's just awesome. So yeah, putting everybody together, right? But yeah, be careful. This union is still in its infancy. I put my kids as a reference where we are at the moment. So somewhere here, there's a lot of coming. So be careful of how you use it. So don't think that you can do some deep learning there, and don't stop using SQL. So it's not the idea that, you know, if SQL is still much better in certain tasks, so use SQL where it's good and Python where it's good. So to conclude, what do we want? We want tools which are simple to use, where we can, you know, easily maintain them for a long time, where people collaborate. And dbt is a good example of this. It uses SQL, it is easy, adds good software development practices, and with Python in, it makes it possible for data analysts, data engineers, and data scientists to work together on one code base. Thanks. And on that note, my colleague Gertgen will tell us about organizations.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. So about organizations, I mean organizations, but in the data context. And concretely, I would like to speak a bit about data mesh. And maybe I would like to start to demystify this word, because I think it accumulated quite some confusion around it. So data mesh is about organizational structure. It's not about technology. So you don't have to use PySpark to have data mesh, no. So it is more about organization. And let's see, why do we want to have this? Like, what's wrong with our organizations? Well, we believe that data mesh is going to enable organizations to scale their analytics efforts. Without data mesh, that's going to be, let's say, harder. But you might ask me, so, but what's wrong today? Like, why couldn't we scale? And let's, this is a typical organization, any here. We have our departments here producing data, right? We have our finance department producing probably Excel files. We have our product department probably producing something in SAP. And here we have our sales probably using Salesforce to have their data. And On the other hand, you have your data consumers who want to predict your revenue, who want to predict your churn, and who want to see how much candy to stock in your shop, right? Because it might run out of it. So in the middle, we have our hyper-specialized data analysts who use all these Spark, and all those fancy tools to do their stuff. However, this situation doesn't really scale because you have all these walls between the different teams. So typically, they are organized into different teams. So what would mean is that the data analysts in the middle need to implement transformations which are vaguely described by the users, and they have to implement those informations on data which is not theirs, which is coming from these guys here. So this kind of cross-team ping pong all the time makes you kind of slow down, and eventually this team here will become the bottleneck, no matter how many people you put there, because of the across-wall ping pong all the time. So, and data mesh is supposed to be solving this. So let's see how is it, what it's proposing, and how does it go around it. So we still keep your departments, right? So we don't have to tear them down. However, now each department is encouraged to do their own analytics. So anything internal to your sales should be handled by the sales department. And the sales department is encouraged to hire a data engineer to do do their things. And that data engineer is going to become a part of the sales team. And he or she will know everything about the sales domain. They will know what happened 2 years ago when they migrated from one system to the other. Right? The product data engineer will know everything about the product and why the SKUs changed 2 years ago. And in the finance, they will know that which Excel file to pick up for the last quarter review figures. So once you have this, that's all good, but you will want to share your data. So that also means that the organization as a whole should agree on a set of interfaces on which you will exchange your data. So these are typically APIs or just some files on some storage. Usually it is some kind of Parquet files on a cloud storage, but it need not be. Some companies decided on databases, so each domain would run a database, and other domains are welcome to read from those databases. But so the actual choices are less important. The important is that you have to agree on those choices, and you have to enforce them. And so, but once everybody does that, when everybody knows how to read from an API, once everybody knows how to read from a DB, then the communication should be easy. And all this is then supported by a platform which sets up the primitives for all these interfaces. But it also has to be coming from the top. So the leadership should say that, hey, we want to organize our company according to this model. So once you did all that, you will figure out that actually there is 4 main components to running a data mesh successfully. One of them is that you have to look at your data as if it was a product. The second is that you should organize your teams into domains. The domains are your X organizations. These teams should be enabled and empowered to do their own infrastructure in the cloud typically, but it need not be again. And you should have some kind of federated governance, right? I mean, we don't want the Wild West, right? We want some order in our data mesh. But once you have these 3 points figured out, also 4 points figured out, that's data mesh for you, and that's lovely. But yeah, so we are unfortunately in reality and not in some imaginary world. So what we have observed in the past couple of years, working with different clients, we are going to distill in those 4 points, and we see where do we collectively struggle and where do we collectively do okay. So let's look at data as product. But yeah, what does it mean data as product, and what does it mean to have a data lake? Yeah, so a data should be discoverable, right? So if I tell you, hey, take the sales data of last quarter from the data lake, you should be able to find it in 5 minutes. If it takes longer, that's not good. The data should be accessible but also secure, right? So it shouldn't be worldwide open, but it also shouldn't take you 3 months to get access to those sales data. But third, and maybe the most important, if it is not valuable, if the data is full of junk, then it is not good. And you have all these 3 points figured out, but then you are at the data lake. However, yeah, companies are often stuck in a data swamp, right? Where the data is, it's very hard to find. Yeah, there is like 5 versions of the sales data, and most probably not all of them have the same quarter data inside them. If it is accessible, it's usually not secure, or the other way around. If it's secure, then it takes like half a year to get access to it. And even if you get access to it, you will see that the date times are in the wrong time zone, and then all the IDs of the customers have changed 2 years ago, so you can't do historical regression, right? And ultimately, you end up in the data swamp. It's very hard to get out of a data swamp. But hopefully, with keeping these points in mind, you manage to drain the swamp and organize it into a lake, hopefully. Besides the data, let's look at a bit what's wrong with the team structures, what we have seen and what we can do to not have it so. Very often, we've seen that clients, when they want to do a product, you assemble a team, right? And you have your project manager, you have an architect, and then you have an API person, and you have a database person, and you have your data engineers on the bottom, right? And they all work very hard to deliver something, and it actually delivers, and it's there, it's running. However, at the moment you want to start using it, you see that the team dissolves because they all get to do something else, and there's the only one left to maintain it is kind of missing in action. So that's the second problem. So please don't dissolve your feature teams. Please use long-lived feature teams who will be there to support your products. Looking at self-service infrastructure, this is typically okay at clients. But the point here would be that each team should use the tools that they are familiar with, but also that they need for the job, right? So some teams will be maybe forever fine with just Excel files flying around, but some teams will probably want to use Kafka and all the streaming stuff to have everything up to date in like 5 minutes of time. But so the thing is that we shouldn't enforce the technology choices on the teams as long as they obey the interfaces that we have discussed a moment ago. So as long as they can exchange data within the organization, you as an organization shouldn't care how that team delivers their deliverables. So yeah, you can cook with a stick, or you can cook in a very fancy pantry, right? And then lastly, we arrive to the federated computational governance. Well, this is a bit governance in general as well, but typically this part is the most or best figured out aspect of a data mesh at clients. Typically, clients do manage to consolidate pretty easily and fast on a technology. So concretely for data analytics purposes, you would pick either Databricks or you pick some kind of cloud-managed Spark. I'm looking at AWS EMR, but anything else goes. Or some other one, more advanced people, they would maybe use the Kubernetes, managed Kubernetes one from one of the cloud providers. And most often there is an Airflow somewhere in the middle orchestrating all these things. And this works quite well. So I think that on this axis, the companies that I've seen and our colleagues have seen, they do pretty well. So that's that basically. These would be then the 4 pillars of a data mesh. So once more, maybe the data as a product, keep order in your data lake. Please keep domain-oriented teams. Enable your teams to do what they need to do the way they need to, the way they want to do it. And the computational governance is usually figured out, so no problems there. So as a summary, this is a long, long road. Right? So these such organizational transformations don't take overnight. So they take years to deliver. So but every step will get you closer and will get you already benefits. So if you're on the road, don't give up, just continue, but know that there is quite some missing planks in the swamp. So just keep doing it. And with this, I think I would conclude, but I'm going to hand over to Nathan, who is going to discuss how to enable such data meshes in practice.
Yep, there we go, we are ready. So good afternoon, everyone. So I will speak about people and skills, enablement. Basically, I will start right away with what was my observation for 2022. And what I observed mainly, by being one of them, is actually that I observe a major rise of platform engineering. What is platform engineering? That's the purpose of the talk, so you'll see why. But we do really believe that this trend will amplify with years and with actually the momentum that the data mesh paradigm is gaining on the market. So you've seen from Gergely just now that actually data is a product that everyone in the company should build. Like data is everyone's responsibility. I would add to this, at least if everyone is empowered to do so. It's not only about you knowing that it's your responsibility, how do you actively do that? But actually, what is empowering people for data in 2022? And what I want to do is to summarize that around actually the purpose of a platform engineer. So a platform team purpose, I would say, summarizing 2 dimensions. The first one, giving people the tools for them to be effective, for them to reach their goal. This is all the part about infrastructure and IT tooling. And then you have the second part, which is making sure that those people are able to reach their goal with those tools, know how to use their tools and know how to leverage them. So let's have a zoom on those 2 points separately. And first, I want to start by a de-zoom about IT infrastructure and tooling. Do you know what those 3 numbers are? Actually, those are dates, so we don't go too far. What do you think those are, those 3? Yes, Oliver knows. An ID? Yes, Pascal knows, I know also. Yes? Okay, you found it. So you should have expected, but it works still. My pitch still working. So it's indeed the first version of the public cloud providers, and you see that those things are not so new. 16 years ago, 14 years ago, 11 years ago for GCP, you see that it's actually been 10 years at best that those things are out, and still I don't feel that we have understand all the lessons and all the designs that were behind it. But still, those things were a big thing. Why so? Because back in the days, corporate on-premise infrastructure was something like this. They were heavy to plan, a lot of plannings. We need a new rack, a new server, new people to operate it, cables, expensive to operate on own. You need room, you need space to do that, and hard to scale. And then something big happened, release of the first version of the cloud providers. And then, wow, you can rent a VM by the hour on the internet. You need nothing, just click a button, call an API, and that's it, you have it. That's something huge. But still, I think most of us missed the point at the time. We didn't understood that the very own nature of the cloud is in self-service, is the fact that you don't need someone to put an hard drive in your cupboard. You can just, with an API, get a VM for you to play and for you to innovate and for you to try new things. Instead, what we did is that just shifting and lifting our way of working and way of doing from the pre-cloud era to the cloud era. So we just said, okay, everything we do on premise, let's do the same on the cloud. We are the IT, we know what we do in the end. So we start having people that indeed get used to cloud storage like this. And even better, people start doing IAT. You probably know what ISC is, and I'm sure you know what IAT is as well. It's infrastructure as a Jira ticket. So, which is also called the autonomous layer, because I can promise you that if you need to request a VM via a Jira ticket, it's probably highly likely that you won't work at all. You need to ask it, and then you get an IP back, and then you can log, but you miss the key, and then you raise a new ticket to put your SSH key, but too bad, it's the bad SSH key, and it goes again. And then 15 days has passed, and your will to innovate as well. So what people ended up doing with this, simply shadow IT, just, yes, let's put my credit card, my corporate credit card in the staff and deploy a VM under the desk. No one knows about it. Even better, IT doesn't know about it, so that I don't have to comply. Yeah, and so people can start innovating again. So you see that people are looking for self-service. Shadow IT is a big thing because you know from those big names of studies that it's between 30 and 50% of the cost of IT organizations. So it's not something you want to have. You want to bring those people that are in the shadow back in the light. You want to make them comply again and at best help them. Because the last thing you want is to give them this. You don't want to give them a powerful speed car with a powerful sport car with a speed clamp on it. But what I see these days is still a lot of organization having a shiny Azure, but like nothing able to deploy. Like people are not able to deploy anything, or at least don't want to work with it. So that's the first lesson of my 2 points. Don't block self-service in your organization. Simply trust your people. Can sound a bit silly like this, but still something that you want. You want to put the trust in the people that know how to do things. Let them do things. And then I hear you saying, but we are the IT. It's our responsibility to know what is happening in our organization. We need to control. We need to secure. We need to build bridge. Yes, probably. But what I want also to remind you is that controlling is very different than enabling, which is also very different than govern. What you should do instead is to make sure that you can monitor things, make sure that you can observe how things are going on your IT and that you know what is going on. With shadow IT anyway, you don't know what's happening. Make sure that you can teach people how to do things and make sure that you can drive best practices with outreach and just making sure that people know what are the best practices in that field. So that's the first point for tooling. Now let's say that people have the tool and can work by themselves. They are empowered, they can deploy a VM if they want. Second things, how can they use that? How can they work with it? How can you make sure that people know and are empowered to do things? We are quite used for those organizational pyramid stuff where you have 2 teams. You basically have the IT on the left and you have the business on the right. Then we have made some kind of progress there. We know that some books like Team Topologies, Agile generally said that we need to mix people together so wonderful things will happen. You start mixing people from IT, from the business in stock, purchase, promotion, a use case oriented team. You let them gather, still people that have the same kind of hobbies, you let them gather in the community of practices and it should work. But if you let that with it, without any kind of governance or anything, there is still something missing. That will make that in the end, you will end up with a Django. Why? Because every team working specifically in his own island will end up making what they think is the best. Some teams are pragmatic, some aren't. And actually, it's quite normal that you will end up with a lot of different technologies, landscape, and services in all those teams. If you look at how many AWS services exist, at the time I wrote this, we were around 200. If you don't make a way of govern, you can make sure that you will end up with the 200 services in the 4 teams there. So what do you need to make sure that you can have a kind of a layer of governance is a platform team. A platform team which is expected to be transversal to the different team and whose goal is basically to make sure that developers have a smooth experience from ideation to productionization of their product. Their mission is basically outreach for best practices, putting in place some enablers, accelerators for the team, also working embedded into the teams to start maybe to kickstart some movement or momentum in the other team. So this is what the platform is all about, helping that and putting a bit of a scope or acceleration of the stuff. Now the whole question is about where should the platform be? How close should it be from the feature team? And there, I don't have an answer, I tell you upfront, but I will show you 2 extremes, which are basically 2 pitfalls you can fall in. The first one, put the platform very far from the feature team. What you will end up with, and I can bet you that, you will end up with the very futuristic cities with engineers doing rocket science thing, like a lot of things, very shiny, challenging on paper. Engineers will always find problems to solve anyway. But in the end, that's a very futuristic city. No one's going to use it, nor knows how to use it. Worse, you will end up with COPS. So back to the era of on-premise, now you will still have now platform engineers that says, you need to tag all your resource in the cloud. That's the need stuff. You need to tag your resource in the cloud, or you don't follow our best practices. So you want those people not to be COPS. You want them to be advocates and help other people, not control them. It's not fun for the feature team. It's not fun for the platform team either. Second extreme, fully embed the platform into the teams. What you may experience there is that platformers will work only on the feature and will lack of focus to build that generation and to build that generalization platform that should help and should create new team. You will have those people directly embedded into the team, working on the problem, fixing the problem, but then they will probably lack of that degree of generalization on the problem. So they're lacking of focus. So where should you put the platform team? Well, probably you should find your way. It depends on the maturity of your people on board. It depends on who you have in those teams. It depends on who you have on the platform. A lot of dimensions and a lot of degrees of freeness are happening there. What is the right way is probably your way, but I would advise you to start close. So to start in this mode. Why so? Because there you will have the platform as part of the team. They won't be cops as of day one. They will be able to start generalizing stuff right away. They will kickstart momentum. You will have quick wins. And then progressively, you can make sure that this platform team factorize itself out of the team and start building for the broader organization. So there it's probably good to start close and progressively take a bit of distance while operating broadly. In the end, never stay too far from the customer. What is important in the end to understand is that what you build as a platform team is a golden path for the other. You build for the developers a path that they can follow, made of resource from very low maturity resource like low-level cloud setup, templates, training and brain as a service, internal consultancy, to more high maturity level like utility tools, CI/CD, CLIs that people can use, and even in the end, why not just tutorials and tech radars? We do like those technologies. Please take them. Here is a tutorial on how to deploy a DB. Now do your stuff. What is important there is that people are encouraged to follow this because we know that as a platform team, we can provide a huge support for this. You don't control them and you don't prevail them to go to the bush. If people want to go to the bush because they want to do Shiny, Kafka, something, and then they are just the only team to do Kafka things, then fine, they can go there. What is important as of the day is that all the team will be accountable for the result and the products that they expose in the data mesh. If they follow this, we can propose support. If they don't follow this, then they should better be ready or spend a bit of time to maintain their stuff. For the people that have been exploring this, it's cool because they are front runners also. They explore new patterns that maybe tomorrow will be part of the golden path. So you also want them to let them go and just innovate. So the tech radars is the real essence of the platform team. And this leads me to my second conclusion. Don't build a data platform that no one will ever use. You don't want a big cathedral. You want something that builds iteratively. Instead, treat your platform as a data product. It needs marketing. It needs evangelization. It needs people that are there to defend it and show. Don't just put technical efforts into this. So on all these points, platform engineers have a key role to play, and I hope my demonstration was strong enough. This also mainly lead me to the conclusion of this whole talk about data, the trends in data in 2022. What we have speak a lot about is enablement. Enablement with easier to use data tools like dbt, going close to the SQL and going close to what people knows in the companies. Enablement with a decentralized operating model, make people responsible for this stuff, make them in place to promote and have something that they can show to the rest of the world. And finally, make sure that you have a team taking care of this. It shouldn't happen by itself. You should have a team taking care of the developer experience there. In the end, if I had just a single advice to say about what we think in 2023, make sure you enable your people. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Nathan. So we're still well within time limits. That's awesome. The next speaker is Bart, but Bart, before you come on, I'm gonna do a second attempt at my quiz. That's the only thing I had to do for the day is get a quiz done. So far, I'm not succeeding, but hey, there we go. Okay. Sorry. Are there questions about this talk while I'm showing my quiz? All right, so now I know what I did wrong last time. So I'm going to come back to the question. Do you all go back to menti.com, use your code 77489710? We're about 25 people, 26. I'll wait a bit. What I had to do was set on the screen. I had to press enter, as it said on the screen. So. But here we go. Let's try with the 34, 35 people who are in there. 3 to 1. So the faster you answer, the more points you get. I asked ChatGPT how to transform a company into a data-minded organization. It recommended 5 things to me. One of them, it was not that. So develop a data strategy, invest in data infrastructure, hire and train data talent, submit 20 IT tickets to get Python installed on your laptop, encourage a data-driven culture, or integrate data into business processes. I think the answer is quite clear, right? But this is just a test to make sure you guys know how the quiz works. And by the way, it's super amazing. I literally asked ChatGPT this question and came up with this. I think it's better than what we put on our website, to be honest. So, yeah, so a few people got it wrong. So some of you think you don't need a strategy, you don't need to hire talent, you don't need culture, who cares? You don't need data in your processes. But yeah, most of you got it right, so that's awesome. There's a next question coming. Answer fast for more points. So Robert joined us last week, 2 weeks ago. In the meantime, he already won his first IoT contest at Colruyt. So how did he celebrate that? By going skiing, by giving a surprise talk, or by leaving us and joining Colruyt? So let's see, time's up. Well, he went on a skiing holiday. Well, I hope he didn't join Colruyt. At least he didn't tell me yet. So maybe he did join Colruyt, but so far, yeah, all right. So he's on skiing holiday today with his friends. So let's see who's winning. Agatha, Python, Geert, and Raf. So far, you're ahead. But there's more questions coming, right? So you haven't won yet, but that's good. All right, with all that out of the way, we're going to switch to Bart. I'll leave the Q&A open, by the way. Yeah? So there's a Q&A, the same code, 77489710. If you have questions for Bart, feel free to ask them, and I'll check after the talk if some questions popped up. Without further ado, here is Bart from Luminous. Is your mic thing on? Yeah, it's on, right? It's muted. Yeah, now it should be good. There we go.
Gewoon hier opduwen?
Yeah, if you try and click. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I don't think I have to introduce Luminous here to the audience. I think most of you know what Luminous does, who we are. I think you checked the news recently, but most of you probably don't know me. So I'm Bart Severy. I'm the data platform owner of the data platform team at Luminous. I've been working at Luminous since 2005, quite a while. Started in the CRM domain. I was an SAP expert back in the days. I left Luminous for a few years to work closer to home in a non-profit organization, and I returned in 2018 to Luminous to join what was then called the BI team. When we started our Neo journey in 2020, we had 2 internal data scientists working at Luminous, both at the optimization team. You had Bernard doing the forecasting, and you had Nick at the pricing team, and both of them had developed quite a number of AI/ML models that were up and running. Both developed it on their own environment. Bernard did it in his own self-service AWS account. Nick did it on his local computer. But then, beside that, we also had a lot of experiments running in other departments. Some of them were developed by freelancers, some by consultants, and some by data scientists between the soup and the potatoes, like we used to call that. All of these things were running on their own environments, but they were promising and they were delivering the results. Now, into 2020, we were at the IT side, we had a BI team. We had a data warehouse to be taken care of, on-premise, Oracle data warehouse, very classical. And we also had a ClickSense platform. So our focus was mainly there. So it was pretty normal that at that point in time, these guys created their shadow IT solutions to move forward. Now, when we started our journey, it was very important for us to support our business better in their needs for AI/ML. So we decided as IT also to start focusing on the infrastructure for AI/ML use cases And we're going to build our cloud data platform with a clear focus on those use cases. So we started a study, selected a number of use cases, and off we went. One of the first things that we discussed in our project was basically how should we deal with this? So the team with DataMinded, we together decided, look, we need to find how we should get organized. How should our operating model look like? Of course, we needed an architecture because that's the basis of what we need to do. Plus, we built also a very clear business roadmap for the first year composing of those prioritized use cases. Now, looking at the operating model, this worked with a few very clear layers, and you will hear some terms that you've already heard before. We worked with a landing zone. Those were the techie IT guys, the DC operations guys. In our case, they were the cloud owners. They're also going to connect whatever infrastructure that we built to the cloud. Second layer, that's the platform layer. That's the layer Nathan just described very passionately. That's the team of which I am the product owner. This is also more a technical-oriented team, with the platform owner being myself, and our responsibility was going to be to build and manage that self-service data platform that should enable use case teams to build their data products going forward. Plus, we would also be responsible for making sure that our platform kept evolving, that we kept adding capabilities to our platform, and that we also had a close eye on new technologies to see where we could create new business value. And very important is the top layer, basically. That's the business-oriented layer, where we get organized by domain with a clear business data product owner. And these teams were going to be responsible for their end-to-end data product lifecycle, both the development aspect to make the products, but also to maintain them, to operate them going forward. And these guys were also going to take care of business requirements and make sure that we produce the right business value. On the architecture side, our platform was mainly based on AWS. Luminous already made a few choices. Our complete SAP landscape moved to AWS, so that was a given. And for our data processing, we decided to go with Conveyor as a solution. We were convinced at that point in time that it would reduce the technical complexity. Sorry, I should drink. And it would reduce the technical complexity a lot. We did not have a lot of technical skills or experience in this domain, so it was very important that we selected a tool that would limit the technical complexity on the platform side. That was one thing, because we wanted to use the new technologies and the services in the cloud, but we would not want to organize and operate all of them ourselves. But also we were even more convinced that it would drastically reduce the technical complexity on the use case teams, because these teams should not take into account all the nuts and bolts of working with a containerized platform, which Conveyor in the end is. We put up all our services on AWS in place. That's an activity we did with the platform team. Plus, we also set up an experimentation environment in which that new data scientists could start doing new machine learning models based on a service of AWS SageMaker, and we integrated that service in the Conveyor product that we were using. We later on also started using GitLab. We start with Bitbucket, are now still in the, I think we already almost did the migration, and we're going to start using our first CI/CD pipelines early next year. In the meantime, we also work with Great Expectation for data quality check and with Data Hub as a data catalog. To put this architecture in place, the initial phase, we took 3 months. So we put in place the landing zone, which was the AWS account that connected us to the network. We put in place our platform account. It was the AWS account where all the data lake was, and also the security and the network. That was the platform where we also were able to run our Conveyor workloads. After this initial phase of 3 months, we were ready as a team, as a platform team, to support our first use case. That was the wind power forecast of the optimization team. In that first quarter, after putting in place this architecture, we embedded the use case team in the platform team to make sure that all our capabilities were ready to be used going forward. I'm going to run you through a number of lessons that I learned in that period. I will repeat some of the topics that have been said. So if you play bullshit bingo, you can put things on your cards. Very important if you want to work in the model that we have, it's of course that you have the most technical people in your landing zone team. These are the real infra guys. It's also important to have the right knowledge in your platform team and in your landing zone team, and your use case teams. But it's also very important that you clearly align on the mission of the use case team. In our case, we clearly decided, look, these use case teams are going to be responsible for automation. So we clearly said, look, on the automation, we will organize our use case teams as Scrum teams, because on Luminous IT, we work in an agile way of working. We work with Scrum teams, but we should not have our new machine learning experiments being organized in Scrum, because it does not work. This is not time-based. Let them do it Kanban-based. So for the data science, the people of business are completely in the lead, but for the use cases, we decided to work in Scrum. So every 3 months, we decide which models are we going to automate, and at that point in time, we start the automation in the use case teams. Also very important topic that you just heard, learning. When we did our initial program, not too many people at Luminous had experience in data science. We had 2 internal guys, like we said. So we basically made a complete learning journey aimed at teaching new people at Luminous, people that we would onboard later on, because we would like to scale to more people. We had learning journeys with online courses, but also a lot of data-minded classroom trainings that we organized in that period. We also worked quite a lot last couple of years with young joiners who went through the training track and were able to get up to speed rather fast in that new environment. And lately, I think, last thing on the talent acquisition, we noticed that if we wanted to get a true good scale, we should also invest more in internal capabilities. So we hired, I think, 2 additional data scientists and 2 extra internal data engineers, and I think more recruitments are still on the planning going forward. So it's very important that you hire the right people and that you make learning a priority, because if you don't learn these new skills, you will not move forward. If a nice quote I encountered from Henry Ford pretty much described the situation we were sometimes in the beginning, but still as a platform team in. He says, if I would have asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. What we noticed that if we are going to put in place certain enablers which are quite new for many stakeholders at our company, you don't have to ask them from day one, what are your requirements, because people sometimes just don't know. I'll give an example on the IT side. We had a change and release management team, where we had a change management responsible for the infrastructure changes, and a release manager who was responsible for the software releases, the application releases. In their team meeting at a certain point in time, we had to explain them, look, from now on in our platform, infrastructure is code that is programmed with versions that can be released. At that point in time, that has a huge impact on how they organize their work. So it's not just a statement that goes for business people, but even inside your IT organization, you have to take that into account. Now, I'm happy to say that Luminous IT invested a lot in the meantime, a lot of training on Agile, but also on cloud. I think the complete IT team went through the AWS fundamentals. So some of my colleagues complaining that it was not that relevant for them, but I noticed in our case that it helps a lot, that it creates awareness on what we are doing. Also very important there is the importance of demos and proof of concepts. You cannot underestimate how important it is, even for quite technical things like infra as code. Some of our business managers in our additional phase, they came to the initial demos and they really truly understood how our platform works, and it also gave them a very good idea on the complexities of some of the things that we were doing. And lately we're also doing a lot of proof of concepts, also as a way to take away uncertainty, to explore things as a platform team, but also to show to different other stakeholders that it's okay to do certain things in a new way that we've not done before. Very important topic also is to balance speed with quality. In the beginning, when we were talking with some of our IT stakeholders about going for DevOps, they only heard speed. That was a big worry. And to use a few stereotypes, and I don't think Luminous is there the exception, is that people from IT think that people from business want to go too fast. People from business think that IT people go too slow. IT people want to deliver quality. Business people want to deliver value as fast to customer. And it's all right, but you have to find the right balance there. And I think one of the game changers in how we set up the organization in our particular environment was that we combined the development and the operations responsibilities in the same team. It's like having these team eat their own dog food or drink their champagnes. What did we see? Business product owners that certainly were not only responsible for delivering features fast, but they're also responsible for doing it right. Because if they didn't do it right, they had to spend a lot of time of their team on fixing the stuff they had done wrong. And I think some time ago, Pascal, you remember the meeting? We had a conveyor workshop with people from business, and Pascal was showing these 4 KPIs and also explaining how we could get this data out of conveyor. And it was very funny that we got most pushback on the speed ones, not from the IT guys in the room, but from the business guys. These business product owners said, look, we're going fast enough. We just need to make sure that our quality gets up to level. So I think there, by organizing yourself in a different way, you can also start setting common boundaries. I think that's a major milestone in what we did. Also very important, also going a little bit further on the message of Nathan, I think. In the beginning, we set up a number of capabilities that we needed to set up our initial roadmap. But after a while, quarter by quarter, we start identifying, look, which new cases require new platform capabilities and how we as a platform team can support that. Now, you can't build Rome in one day. So what we have to do a lot of the time is basically cut the elephant in pieces, identify a clear use case that produces value, put a first version, like an MVP version of that enabler in place, and take time to optimize that enabler later on to scale it to different use cases and also to scale it to different teams. That avoids, as a platform team, that you see things too big, that you over-engineer things, but it also clearly requires the discipline of planning that second step. So it's not because you put the MVP in place that your enabler is like scalable already. That's also something that is very important to take into account. And also on the level of our data scientists and data engineers, they were also looking for reusable components and to identify patterns. So we had on the data engineering side, we made a common library of Python functions that could be used by all data engineers. And more recently, the data scientists did the same for their experiments. That has, of course, a positive impact on quality, but also a very positive impact on speed. And even more so because the data scientists now do their experimentation in SageMaker with certain function. The re-engineering effort to automate that use case has gone down drastically. We have examples where we put live new models in 2 weeks. That's one sprint. I think that's a quite a remarkable achievement, and we're very proud of that. Topic that's been mentioned also a lot, security versus usability. What we notice a lot is that we have a lot of GDPR, NIST, CIS, all these compliancy things to be taken into account. And sometimes I have the feeling that if we have to put all these things in place to the max, nobody would use our platform anymore. So we as a platform team, what we a lot do is play the role there between the customer and compliance. And for some of the security regulations, in accordance with the security guys, we had to ask for clear exceptions because otherwise the work of some of our data scientists or data engineers would become impossible, and they would start building shadow IT solutions again. So finding the right balance between security and usability has been a constant point of attention in our journey on our Neo platform. On data governance, I already heard the garbage in, garbage out statement, I think by Jelena or by Nathan. But if you do artificial intelligence machine learning cases, it becomes even more important. So I think by rolling out some of these use cases, it also became very apparent for business stakeholders that data quality was not just something about a wrong number in a report, but that could also drastically impact the behavior of some of their models. So I think there, in the meantime, we started a data governance initiative. Rolling out these new use cases helped us create a lot of awareness with a lot of business stakeholders on why they should worry about data quality. And on the other hand, the data swamp, absolutely true. We rolled out a lot of use cases in the beginning, and at some point in time, you see that you're reaching a tipping point where you need to invest in a data catalog to prevent your data lake from becoming a data swamp. So We put in place, after alignment with Pascal, we put in place Data Hub as a tactical solution for documenting our data. This not only helped data scientists to find easier the data sources that were already on our platform, but it also avoided that people kept asking the same questions over and over again to the same expert. So that was also, I think, a very important lesson that we learned. Data analytics is a team sport. That's the last cliche that I will bother you guys with, but it's very, very true. I mean, in the journey that we undertook, I've been talking a lot about learning and about competence, but trust was also key in realizing what we did in the time frame that we worked upon it. It was very important to have trust within the teams, of course, because if anybody who's ever worked in a Scrum team knows that if you don't trust each other, it will become a mission. But also between the layers in the model that we put in place, and also between a broader audience of stakeholders, trust is key. And I'm very happy that we in a very early stage got the management buy-in, and even on C-level the buy-in to really move forward with this journey. It got the momentum going, and it kept the momentum going. And also the hiring of the additional people, that's absolutely because some of our major stakeholders really believed in the path that we set out. I don't think you can appear on an event like this if you don't have at least one infographic, so this is the one. I'm not going to read all the numbers, but to mention a few, in the meantime, we have put 23 projects live on our conveyor environment. And this is like, there are some modeling projects, some are data ingestion projects. We have 23 data sources live, and any one of these data sources consists of a number of data sets who are all now in data catalog. And I think Stijn sent me recently the numbers. We are more than 30 or 35 conveyor users. But if I really filter out the very active ones, we have about 10 very active data scientists on conveyor and 10 to 11 very active data engineers. And also, testimonial of the use of our experimentation environment. We have about 100 SageMaker notebooks that have been created so far and 28 people using this. Plus, in the meantime, we are at 6 Scrum teams, 1 platform team, and 5 of those use case teams. Some of them only consist of 3 people, in all honesty, but some are quite big in the meantime. Now, what do we do as Luminous? I mean, one of our pillars in our strategy is to be a leader in renewable energy. And of course, if you want to support that energy transition, it's very important that you're able to at least get some control on the wind and the solar, on the sun, to the extent that it's possible. So a lot of the effort of the optimization team has gone into making models that are better able to predict the wind at some places where our turbines are, and also get a good view on the production of the solar energy. But in the current market situation, I think it's also clear for everybody that it's not only about forecasting. For us, it's also very important to keep a good eye on the price. So also a lot of effort in the optimization department has gone into models, being able to better predict prices on the market, although that has become quite challenging last couple of months, of course. Now, if I ask Bernard and Nick, the guys that talked about in the beginning, what do they really like about the platform that we put in place? And they say, Bart, it's not only scalable on the marketing slides, we are really now able to use more powerful models. We have more data at our disposal. We can do better our job, and they can just produce much more use cases with the same effort. So they are very happy users of our platform. Now, also on the retail side, we have in the meantime automated a lot of use cases. The classics on churn prediction, lead qualifications, we've all done that. But more recently, we did quite an interesting one. It was the long-term forecast. The long-term forecast at Luminous, it's basically a process in which we try to predict the price and the volumes of our B2C customer portfolio to manage the energy price risk. Also, in the current situation that we as a company are in, it's a very important one. And you see the difference here. Right? Before we did the onboarding of the use case on the Neo platform, it was a process that was running for 7 days on an SAP system with different manual interactions. There were almost no automated checks. And because of the fact that it took so long, we couldn't do any scenario simulations on that. While we did the onboarding in Neo, now the model itself runs in 20 minutes. There is like a day that we need to process all the things in total. We included a lot of validations and a lot of checks in that process. So I think this is a very nice example of how you can move faster while at the same time increasing the quality of what you're doing. So this is a very nice case to convince people who are worried that it's all about speed and not about quality. That's the next step. We have done NEO. We started it at the beginning of 2020 as a project really focused on AI/ML. It took for a year. Then we did until a few months ago, we're purely focused as a platform on machine learning use cases. But more recently, we were also tackling the modernization of our BI environment. Remember the environment that I talked about, the data warehouse and ClickSense? We're also now onboarding that on the cloud, and that's part of the Trinity program. The Trinity is the girlfriend of NEO, but that's not the reason for the name. In the Trinity program, we have 3 pillars. We keep extending our data platform for machine learning use cases, but now also for data warehouse. In that program, we are also going to migrate all our on-premise data warehouse workloads to our platform. And as a 3rd pillar, we are going to invest even more in data governance practices, because we are convinced that if you want to improve your way of working with data, it's not just about technology and organization. We also need to focus on data governance. I think it's obvious from what I told you here that we at Luminous, together with the people of Data Minded, are really, really proud of what we did. We had a lot of fun, I think, doing it. We booked great results. And I think looking forward, we can only say that we hope that we can even transform our company more with data. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks very much, Bart. There was one question from the audience before we go on a break. It was a very simple one. Even I can answer it. So if I get my screen back, that is. Yeah, there it is. So the questions was, no, there's 3 questions by now. First question is, will the slides be shared? So yes, I can answer that question. The other 2, that might be more difficult. So first one, Bart, what's the ratio of cloud cost and people cost, the actual price of the energy on my bill? That I can't answer. I'm going to hand over the mic.
Oh. First of all, if you look at your bill, you see that the Luminous part is only a small portion of it. That's not No, but honestly, what we saw is that if you look at the actual cloud cost that we have, like for instance, for complete storage, it's 2K a month at this point in time. And also for the data processing cost, it's below that amount. So I think if you look at like the cloud costs, that has gone down. We have some examples where we chose to do it in a suboptimal way, so to reprocess some data. Why? Because it was more expensive to write a correction program than to just take the cost. So I think going forward, your OPEX cost on cloud is going down a lot, but still you need to watch out that you do things in the right way, because at some point in time, you can get cost spikes if you're not careful of what you do. So we do a very close cost follow-up over cloud costs. And I think it's even cheaper for us in our particular context than doing it on premise, because typical in data, you guys know that you have peaks that you need a lot of power, and a lot of the time you don't. So you don't need the complete infrastructure to be available there for the full day. That's also one of the reasons why we're moving our data warehouse workloads from on-premise to the cloud. Is that an answer to your question? I don't know who's asked the question.
All right, now let's do the next one as well. It's impressive to see the speed up from old to new. Do you have any insights in complete ROI of what was built?
I'm not allowed to share these numbers, I think, Christian. No, but to give you some examples, Nick and Bernard both made models that are basically better information that what you can buy with commercial partners. So in a trading context or in forecasting, as Luminous, we are responsible for making sure that what we put on the net is as much as what we need. And by being able to do this better, it saves us costs. So some days we saved a few $100K by having one of these models running, but it's not all days, it's not Christmas. So what we see on optimization generation side, it's really euros, but like on the retail side with customers, it's very difficult to make their return on investment, because you can give very good qualified leads to your sales organization, but in the end, it's a human action that makes sure if you book the return on investment. And honestly, it's sometimes difficult to get investments in data validated because of the fact that some of these things are just like an enabler to realize other things.
All right. Two more, I think. So you mentioned data. Do you also have a governance with data stewards in place, and how is it working for you?
We are putting in place, that I mentioned, like one of the three pillars on the Trinity program is a data governance track, and there we are indeed identifying data stewards and data owners and data custodians. And I have to say, in the beginning, there was a lot of cynicism. Why should we do this? But in the meantime, since people really understand, look, if I spend time on doing this, I will improve that process. I think there it's very important to identify a number of early champions, and we have some of these who are really also able to explain to other people in the team, look, this is why we need to do that. We also have communities of practice. We have one already for data scientists and data engineers since a few months, but recently we also started a data steward community of practice, and they insisted on having a session every 2 weeks because they realize how important. And it's much more better than these guys explaining it to their colleagues than some IT know-it-all telling them why they should do that.
All right. Final question. You're doing well on answering the questions. So do you use a reporting and a dashboarding product? I think there's a Tableau salesperson in the room. So no?
Too bad we use Qlik. No, we use Qlik. We use QlikSense, and also in the context of this program, we have now QlikSense on premise, and we're also moving that to the cloud because we clearly say, look, for these kind of workloads, it's a good thing. But we are complementing Qlik with like capabilities for our Shiny and for Dash dashboard, because Qlik has advantages, specifically as a dashboarding tool. But for some data scientists, some visualizations, they prefer, of course, other things.
All right.
Good.
Yeah. All right. So thanks once again, Bart, for this amazing. It means we're already well on time, and it's good for our first break, because that was one of the things I was stressing out about, like, will we be on time? So far, so good, right? So we have a break downstairs with coffee, water, some drinks if you want. I hope to see all of you back after the coffee break, which is at 14:45. Maarten from DPG will also share how he builds recommender systems at scale. Thank you. It's full. I'm going to give you the mic, watch out. Yeah, well, both. This is for the stream. This is for the live stream. Yes, yes. The other one is optional. Watch out, this is a live mic, so you're being broadcast to YouTube. Careful. Now it's live.
Oké, ja, dat is al op de...
Dus,
En dat nog eens...
ja, dan moeten we zien.
Nou, niet else.
Now you're live, sir. Let's talk after.
Welcome back, everyone, for the second half of this of the Transform 2022. So, as the agenda says, this part will be about an hour long, and it will be 2 other customers of Data-Minded. The first one, which I'll introduce in a minute, is Maarten from DPG. DPG is one of our oldest clients, I think. We've worked with them for a long time. It's also one of the most mature clients. I think in Belgium, DPG is the most mature data company I know, at least. They've invested a lot in data for a long time already. And Maarten will share specifically how he works with recommendation engines. After that, Toon from the Flemish government will speak from the Department of Education. It's one of our newest clients, so welcome, Toon, and thanks for the trust as well. And there we're much more in the beginning of the journey, right? So it will be good to see, hopefully, the contrast between the maturity and where DPG is today and where Department of Education is, right? We're all on the same journey, but we're not on the same step of the journey, if you will. That being said, the Q&A is still open, right? It's still the same. Menti.com 77489710. So if you have questions for Maarten or Toon, feel free to just post them in Menti. Also, for those of you online, you can feel free to participate through Menti, right? That being said, I'll give the floor to Maarten. I'm gonna give you the slides. Here we go.
All right, thank you, Chris. Good. Hi, everybody. My name is Maarten. I'm here from DPG. The talk is scaling recommender systems. I hope it's generic enough to translate to any sort of machine learning application. Maybe before I start, I'll introduce myself a bit more. I have a background in engineering. I did some academic research. I worked in a startup. I joined Medialaan, the VTM for all the Flemish people, in 2016 as a data scientist. Before I joined Medialaan, I was already in the field of personalization and recommender systems. It's always been a bit of my passion/hobby project. In 2018, within DPG, within Medialaan back then, I started working on video personalization. And since the end of last year, I worked for all recommendation and search for DPG in both the Belgium and Netherlands. We have a lot of brands that you can see. I think if you're Flemish or Dutch native, some of these are familiar to you. What's my goal for today? I'll share with you how we went from an old school video solution to something that's totally personalized and how we're translating this to different media products. I'll try to focus on technical and non-technical stuff. I'll also try to leave enough questions so you can take it wherever you want to take it. I'll start with the VTM Go example. VTM Go is, of course, the video solution from VTM, the biggest Flemish TV broadcaster. If you look at the product like it is, let's call it like it is. It looks like Netflix. It's a copy-paste of something like Netflix is the blueprint of what is a modern video solution. So I think it's a very successful product that by now is available on all devices. When we launched this in 2019, it was just a little bit of personalization. The aanbevolen verhaal was a typical marketing sticker feature that every product guy wanted without knowing anything what it means to be personalized or what machine learning is or data. It's just something that a marketeer wants. It's personalized. So that's how we started in 2019, very simple. I'm happy to say that actually today the product is fully personalized and like short of Netflix, there's not a lot of other solutions in the market that have it to this extent. Of course, on a technical level, we have to be modest and pragmatic, but on a functional user level, every user gets their entirely unique front page. If you log in with different accounts at the same moment, you will see it's a totally different product, except maybe a single curated message. but the main experience is actually fully personalized. So in this extent, it's what you would have with, if you compare your Netflix to your friend's Netflix, it's a different product. So how do we make this work? I'll start with something I don't think I've ever done, some interactivity. What are the cliche things in an IT project and why does it typically fail or not work? Does anyone want to shout something? Don't be shy. I've never done this for a reason. So these are some of the cliches, right? If you Google it, everyone who's worked in technology is familiar with all of these things, right? Think about poorly-defined scope, goals, just your typical unclarity or a lack of expertise. These are the typical things that make an IT project go wrong and why it's always complicated stuff. Doesn't matter if you're doing the back end of a finance system or something else, it's always complicated. So what does that mean when we look at data machine learning projects? As far as I would say, it's the same, but just worse. The dragon just became a multi-headed dragon. But in the foundations, the same problems. They are just much more complicated. Why? For example, if you think about something like data quality, that's essential for anything. We've heard it before as well. There's enough speeches like garbage in, garbage out, these type of things. It's true. But it's something that's easy to say and hard to fix. Data platforms and stuff like this can be at the base of a solution. But even then, things like governance and things beyond that, it's always very tricky to fix this, right? So that's one of the first things that's a key success factor. And if you're just dropped into a company to fix an ML solution, you don't control it, right? But it's very hard and it's essential to your success. Also, when you talk about output and goals, deliverable, it's often tricky. When I make you an app and you tell me when the button gets clicked, show me a dialogue, that's very clear. But once you talk about what's a good recommendation, what's a good prediction, when is it good enough, in which use case, it often opens up a kind of worms. So right away, you start with a communication issue and with not speaking the same language. But also here, any scientist will tell you, I need a metric, I need an objective. I need to know what type of data and information I have to work with. And I need to know what you expect from my predictions. And then the final one, we have to say it as it is, it's still a very young field. Even if the cloud has been around for 16 years, and a lot of this is statistics that dates back to the 70s and the 80s, it's still a young field. So this means that both in the engineering side and in the business side, we still are dealing with a low level of what I would call education, a low level of experience, right? I've done this for 8 years now. I have a few successful projects. Wouldn't call myself super experienced, but that's where the field is right now. So what do I believe, and this is my very biased and personal opinion based on the experience I have, what is the solution? It's pragmatism, and the reason I put it threefold is it's not an error. I believe you can put it in a few different axes, what I call functional, technical, and operational, and just being pragmatic in all of these fields gets you a long way to tackle with all the complexity, because the main challenge is just dealing with all the complexity. So maybe important here to understand, as I've shown you with VTM Go, we started with just AMBE Voloveria. Will you give me the 5 minute warning, please? Will you give me 5 minutes? We started with just AMBE Voloveria, and the main reason we did that was just because we needed to get some stakeholder interaction as well as some stakeholder experience. When I joined the company in 2016, the company wasn't convinced that we needed something like Netflix. They thought TV is not entirely the same. Do we even need this, right? So the business wasn't even fully on board, like, do we need this solution? If you then consider what type of technical complexity comes with this solution, you see we have a problem, right? So you have to be aware of your internal maturity levels in this regard. The first thing you need to know is, okay, what is a digital product? How do we evaluate it? Are we just happy with visitors on our website? Are we measuring the amount of minutes you're watching video? These are the things that your organization needs to have experience with, right? And if you're a subscriber business, it can be easy. The number of subscribers is the starting metric, but everything before that is how do you control it? So that's really important, because the worst case thing that can happen is something like an innovation manager says, okay, let's personalize this thing because they want the sticker. And it was the case for us. The initial traction was a marketeer who felt we need to personalize it. Customers like this, we need a sticker, but that's not a good path to a viable product. So you need to make sure that you have everything that you need in terms of understanding what you want as well. And also, if the stakeholder ain't buying, there's no point in selling it. Because what I wanted to do was fully personalize it right away. Let's just do this. but there is no traction, so you have to educate and find a safe way to get going. And so yeah, that's the main thing. That also, when you design at MVP, you have to think about the roadmap and the way you do it. In 2016, it was too early for an MVP for us, so we spent a year and a half working on data pipelines, just getting reporting and insights. What are the customers doing on the product? What do they care about? Which functionality is being used? This is your basic analytics experience, right? And that's the first starting point. Once you have that, then you have to look at your capabilities. If you have a bit of understanding on what the metrics are, can we move the product forward? And based on that, you decide what's a sensible way to personalize, and that's how we came to, okay, let's just get a fully static curated product, but have some ML in there. If you look at the product point of view, it allows you to learn, okay, what's the impact of personalization on the customer, but also technically. If that thing fails, there's no impact on the product. It's a small added feature, so you have a lot of affordability in the engineering space as well. You have a safe space to try this, and you have a good way to let your engineers grow into this as well, to assess your whole platform. And the reason also why I say that too early for an MVP, another anecdote I have on this is, in the past year, I've consulted with a few startups, and one of them actually came to me, we've tried personalization, it's not working. It's not working. We tried AWS Personalize, is that just not the right technology, or why is this not working? But then you start talking about the product and what they were personalizing, and then it was a typical example. Okay, a bunch of engineers who were very excited about exciting technology, they throw the algorithm in there, and none of the metrics were moving. But then you look at the place in the product they were trying it, and the fact that there wasn't even a title above the box telling the customer what to expect. I told them, have you looked at the engagement metrics of this box? Have you looked at how people are using this and what type of your customers are using this? And then we came to the point that they only had a single dashboard that just showed page views and sessions. That's all they knew about the customers. So your problem is not with AWS Personalize. Your problem is with getting really a grip of how are your customers using your platform. And that's actually the transition then to the second field of pragmatism that you need, technical pragmatism. Because as I told you in the introduction, I'm an engineer myself. I love myself some geeky challenges and some technical challenges, but that's not what you need to solve the problem I've just shown you. If you look at what we've built, the core of our system dates from the 90s. I would dare to say we're one of the most innovative personalized video applications, and it's built on technology from the 90s. It works, but a lot of engineers really say meh at this, because this is not the cool stuff. This is not your deep learning approach to solving this, but it's good enough for the problem we're solving. If you look at VTM Go, we have to find the 5 shows you like out of a set of 500. That's not the same thing as finding 30 songs in a 1 million song library, for example. So it's important that you channel your engineer and that they understand what the actual problem is they're solving. And so the path we found, yeah, I mixed them. Oh, this is actually one I had to show. So it's not about the technology you're using. What we do to this day, a big part of the backend is simple collaborative filtering, simple matrix decomposition. This is Chinese if you're not in the field of recommendation, but let me tell you, this is the most basic stuff. There's a dozen blog posts out there how to develop this in a day. Yet most companies don't get this out, while it's making a huge company for us, a huge difference for us. And then, like, for example, I think 2 years ago, I was talking at the meetup in Leuven. You organized that as well. How do you deal with the cold start problem? At that point, I told you, I think we don't. It took us 2 years to solve this type of problems. But these are the type of problems an engineer loves to solve. But in the practice, it had very little solution, impact on the solution we end up delivering. And that's very important to know this, to really understand which problem are we really solving. And the domain expertise is key there, because cold start isn't an issue if you only have 5 new shows a month, for example, and if all of them get pushed on national TV and all of the media. We can bury this as deep in the product as we want, and to find enough customers to get us all the data we need. Of course, we do smarter things than that, but you don't need super smart technology to solve this. But I also wanted to say on this, the reason we found this path is also, again, because of pragmatism. As I told you, we started with working on data engineering, insights, a lot of ETL stuff. And at that point, we were also already collaborating with Data-Minded. I think you've seen us grown from very hacky ETL stuff to what is now something that's properly orchestrated. But that meant that most of the people in my team working on this, we understood the type of data we were capturing. We understood the quality of it, and we had control of it. This meant that we did control what we have to work with, good behavioral data, which made it quite easy to look to a simple machine learning solution. And that brings me on to the third type of pragmatism, what I would call the operational pragmatism. You have to make sure that you can be agile, because there's a lot of uncertainties and you're working in an immature field. So you have to adapt to your organization. We were working with a lot of behavioral data, which we know to be good, because we had our fair share of data quality issues. We tackled all of that. We also knew that the TV business is struggling with very terrible metadata. It's inconsistent. So you can put 10 marketeers in a room and ask them to label 10 TV shows. They'll meet for 3 hours and there will not be consensus. Is it comedy? Is it something related? Is it reality? Is it feel? They can go endless. So if you have them feed that data into a model, that's garbage in, garbage out. And that is really noise. So, but because we knew that the behavioral data was correct, because that's how we measure the consumption and that's how we quantify the value of our customers, that was just a good first place to start. Then if you look at the very practical side, and this ties into what I heard from the state of data presentation as well from Nathan, what that also means for us is our team was a mix of machine learning engineer, analysts, and even DevOps. We were our own independent team, building our own little platform, very independently. It means we could minimize upstream or downstream dependencies, because in a big company, you always have these. In some extent, you could have called us shadow IT. But it sort of meant in this organization, it allowed us to be agile. It also meant that if it went down, it was our ass on the line and not some ops team across the wall. And this also is a good way to incentivize your engineers to be pragmatic with what they design as well. Because if the engineer knows he will get called, then maybe a simple static pipeline is better than a fancy online model. And that's one of the main conclusions here to getting this done. Avoiding the science and engineering rabbit holes, because a lot of the very capable people, and there are a lot of capable people out there, they're intrigued by the technical challenges, and that's often not what you need to solve the business problem. So I think when you build out a product and a team, you need to find a way to incentivize these people, give them the fun problems to work on, while making sure that they don't get lost 4 weeks, 6 weeks into solutions that have marginal contributions. One thing that I want to highlight, the shape-up method, some of you may notice, it's quite old, but it's gotten kind of buried in the whole agile hype. It's from a Basecamp. It's a bit like Jira Confluence, but also older. But what I like about the shape-up method, it talks about concepts like appetite. It's a bit like, what's your budget for a project? And maybe it's only 2 weeks of work, but it's something that you value. You can put 6 weeks of investments in it. And working like this allows you to give your team some freedom as well. And this allows you to give you some incentives to the technical people to work on challenges sometimes. Even if the value isn't that big, you can have an appetite for it. And then in this field, especially the luck we have, we focused on being able to A/B test fast. And that's the easiest way for our teams to generate value. We're always doing A/B tests. And as soon as those are up and running, we can do something else. And this thing is gathering data, proving a point or disproving a point. That's business value that's being generated. And while that's happening, we're doing other stuff. That thing is running online, it's collecting its data. We're waiting 2 weeks, 4 weeks. But this also gives us a lot of freedom to work on the next thing and basically gives you a lot of flexibility to work on those more technical challenges. The last one that I want to mention is what I said as well, avoid sticker features, right? Because one of the first things that I was asked at the beginning of VTM-Go is, okay, let's personalize it, but also let's make sure we can manage it all and overrule left and right. You don't need to understand this question to understand it's going to double, quadruple the complexity. We want to add a lot of engineering around it. Even to this day, the system that powers VTM-Go, a marketer can either have a personalized item or a curated. There's no in between. We've built 0 buttons. Commercial vendors do this. We are a small team, we don't give them the buttons. Either we make sure the personalization is what they want and it's according to their business, or they can overrule, but there's no in between. We have spent 0 hours working on things like this, which means we're working on the things that make the model better. Now, this is a lot about VTM-Go, but as you've seen, we've been there for a while. For the past year, we've also been working hard to bring this into different domains, like news, for example. Today, we're actually live on nu.nl, which is the biggest news site in the Netherlands. Also on hln.be, we're live with a lot of stuff. And you've just heard me talk about being pragmatic and locally optimized. So how do we scale it? And that's been an interesting experience as well. If you look at how we handle a product stakeholder and how we decide scope, that's exactly the same. You have to educate your stakeholder and make sure you can be pragmatic. So nothing changes there. But on the engineering level, a lot of things start to change, right? You have to You don't want to have 3 independent technical solutions. You have to find some levels of synergy. Where do you find the common denominators? And there the answer is basically the platform. What Nathan said as well, we started with a platform close to the team. And this was not supposed to be animated, my excuses. It used to be that every team had their own SRE expert in their own tiny platform. Now they all have a shared platform. So we started with a platform super close to the team. Now we're moving it a bit further away from the team. We have 3 independent teams working on video personalization, news personalization, and search. And they all shared at first a simple ops solution. But actually that ops solution is a bit the tension between pragmatism and scale. Because now we have to scale that. So you are a bit less pragmatic, but it's working quite well. And why? Because it's just an enabler. Not a single developer loves an ops issue. So that's why if you're handling ops, you have the buy-in. Right away, you're taking pain away. And so from that starting point, you can make the role of the platform bigger as long as you keep taking pain away from your functional developers. And that's exactly what we're doing. It used to be things like deploying CI/CD. Now it's DevOps. Next year, the pain of making sure a model runs online, because now we are doing this, will be handled by a platform team. And this also means that the people in the product teams can build more expertise on the products they're working on and the product-specific optimizations. And all the real technical details are handled in a platform team. How am I doing on time, Chris?
You're still good. 10 minutes left.
Oh, okay.
But leave 5 minutes for questions.
All right. So I'm almost done. So if you look at, I've just shown you, we have the product teams. They each have their own focus. They understand what's a video product, what's a news product, and how do we tackle search. And so what we're evolving towards is we're a team where all the big machine learning problems are solved once. We have a system that gets patterns from behavioral data. We have a system that gets patterns from textual data. We can tie all of it together to sort of calculate your taste. And then below that is a layer where we do it product specific. So this means we have a focus team video, and they have a single video solution, but they can still scale it VTM Go, streams, HLN video. They can scale it like that. We have the focus team news. Also there, they can scale it HLN and new, and they get different type of recommendations. The algorithms are the same, the principles are the same, but we can optimize for each product. It's a necessity because also the data patterns are different. If you want to do a good trending prediction, streams, VTM Go, HLN, it's different magnitudes even of consumed data. So you want to tweak the aggressiveness of your trending, for example. I think then I'm about ready to wrapping it all up. So what have I said today to you? For me, the rules are the same as for any IT technology product. It's all more complicated. It comes at a higher cost. Where a typical engineer can have a debate about the right programming language, now we can get really off into the weeds about what's a good way to do A/B tests, right? A very ops problem. These are the type of things where you want to apply the pragmatism. For the first 2 years, we were able to do only very simple A/B tests. Today, we can do canary deployments and say 2 users get this, 5 users get that. We got 3 years out without solving any of these issues. So the first pragmatic thing I wanted to emphasize again is assess your surroundings, because you have to understand the company you're in, the product you're in, and all your stakeholders, both in business and IT. Is there a data platform? Do you have an educated stakeholder? And what does that mean for the scope of your work? Then this is a really important one. There's really no shame in starting really small. Our initial MVP for VTM Go was developed 3 or 4 months. 6 months in, we just did a 100% refactor. If you keep it this small, the error of starting over is also really small. Just ship it, and a few months in, you can just start over. But because you keep it so lightweight, it's easy to do. If you start with a lot more features and functionality to start, the cost of getting it wrong goes up significantly. So you want to keep it really sizable as well. And then know that it's all going to be very uncertain, both on the stakeholder side and on the technical side, and prepare yourself for that. And you can do that in the staffing. With our small team, we had our own ops guy to deal with all the technical stuff. With the stack, choose reliable technology, modern technology, but don't try the state-of-the-art stuff if you don't need it. And with the roadmap, make sure you can incentivize your technical people, that technical challenges are also there, but that you also have the story for your stakeholder that value is coming as well. And then I think Nathan also said this a little bit, you have to move the platform away a bit further at some point, and how far. I also don't have rules on that and on any of this actually, so these principles, they work for so long and then you have to abandon them anyway. But I hope this helps you get started.
So there were a few questions on Menti. So the first one is streams reusing the VTM Go personalization
Yeah,
algorithm.
the app is identical, right? You can see it's a sort of white label solution, so it's different branding and different data in, but it's the same thing, so also the algorithms are the same. They're configured a bit differently, but technically it's all the same.
All right, that was easy. Next, a typical problem with recommendations is to realize that multiple users could be using the same device while they have different tastes. How do you handle that?
Good question. Depends on the product. For VTM Go, because it's a free account, this doesn't happen very often. It really doesn't. A lot of people have their own account, so we don't really solve it for VTM Go. But for example, if you look at HLN, the news app, there currently the algorithm doesn't personalize on the logged in user. It personalizes on the device, if we have the opt-ins, obviously. But so if you authorize personalization, even if you're logged in, we will not look at your logged in behavior, but only on that device, because we see that we get enough data for a qualitative recommendation. And then we avoid this problem altogether, because if you're sharing accounts, it's usually not the same device. The kid has the iPad, and the mother has the laptop, and just by using this, they get the experience they want in the product. And you solve this. And this is a very good example, because a lot of the scientists in my team want to solve this with a nice model, and I'm sure we can. But just this type of pragmatism means we've solved it for all of users, and zero engineering was involved.
Cool. All right, what is a cold start problem? I wondered about that as well, actually.
Of course, of course. In the problem of recommending content to a user, the cold start problem is, what do you do if a new item to recommend to someone appears and you don't know nothing about it? So imagine I want to recommend you a TV show, and I told you I use behavioral data. But this TV show is appearing right now, nobody's seen it, so my model knows nothing about it. Nothing about the show, so I cannot make any good recommendations. That's the cold start problem. There's many ways to solve this. You can randomly sample this item to some people to get some data. But as I mentioned with VTM Go, all the new stuff that gets launched on VTM Go, even if it's buried, because there's so much media attention around everything that's launched there, even if it's buried, it will find 100 users. And that's all we need to fix that cold start problem. In practice, we've done some smart product hacks as well to solve it a bit better. But because of all of the way the media works there, it's solved by itself. On streams, we actually have a few different solutions. I can go into that, but maybe that's for a specialized audience. But we do have some solutions. But the cold start problem is just how do you recommend an item that you know nothing about? Or how do you make a recommendation to a user that you know nothing about?
All right, cool. So market organizations often struggle with getting test data and test environments that are misaligned with operational products. How do you deal with this? And does it work?
Depends exactly, of course, on the type of problem you're solving. We're not doing health predictions, so the cost of getting it wrong is different than if you're in the health tech right now. So don't take my question as a guidance if you're in health, for example. The initial proof of concepts, we do all offline, right? And we can do this with qualitative validation. Imagine we want to see if an algorithm makes sense based on behavioral data. Yeah, if I'm outputting a super action movie next to a Christmas movie, I can test this offline based after training an algorithm. Okay, give me The Matrix, I think was your reference. Give me movies like The Matrix. If I get rom-coms, I only need one domain expert, and I don't even need a domain expert to tell me that's not a good model. So the first assessment we can do is just offline qualitative like this, because it's in this product space it's allowed. The next thing we do then, once we know that that's good enough, we already go online. And at launch of VTM Go 2018, in mind, we went online for at least 10% to 20% of the users. Now we can do it very gradual. So if you have a tweak in the algorithm and we're not entirely sure, we can really say only 10 internal people, only 1%, and then gradually roll out. So we have a test environment, but only for technical tests. As soon as you look at evaluation of the algorithms, it's all in production.
Right.
Which I like, by the way.
For the sake of time, I'm going to skip the remaining questions. Thanks again, Maarten, for giving this amazing speech.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right, and while they're switching their devices and I'm setting up the the presentation of Tom, I have an important new question. This goes for the quiz, right? So be prepared to answer. So you go to menti.com 77489710. Here's the question. Answer fast to get more points. Read the question well. Have you ever been decapitated? You have 15 more seconds to answer. Basically, yes, no, it's very Boolean. Like those who have been decapitated, no. Those who haven't. By the way, somebody recognizes this question? Okay, let's see. Okay, only. So the answer obviously is no, you have not, because if you were decapitated, you wouldn't be here, you would be dead. Like decapitated means they take off your head, right? And apparently they ask this question, and if they do large-scale surveys, they ask this question. If you answer yes here, you're either a bot or you're not paying attention, or you're really falling asleep here. So I think 5 of you are slowly falling asleep. Or maybe you have an amazing story to share about being decapitated. And then I'm curious after the break.
People think it's a trick question.
Yeah, maybe. They don't trust me, basically. So with that, let's go back to the why we're here, actually. And so I have with me Tom. Tom is taking up the challenge to lead Department of Education to a brighter data future. And he's going to share all about how easy that is and how successful he will be. So with that expectation set, Tom, the mic is yours.
It's also Chris, you're in it too. It's not just my problem, it's your problem too.
True.
Yeah. While I wait for, here we go, the presentation to pick up. Welcome everybody, my name is Tom Brea. As it nicely said, I'm Program Manager Data. Translated to the term that we all used to is CDO. I'm actually responsible for everything that's related to data within the Ministry of Education for the Flemish government. You will see some word mixing later on because we're doing some parts of the presentation in Dutch simply because I have to use Dutch names. But I'm going to give you some insights on what we're doing. It's quite interesting. I think Chris, and there's a couple of people in here who are working on the project. Pascal, Chris, Kirill. It's quite challenging, but you'll see that throughout the presentation. I just want to give you a good insight on what government is possible. What we can do as a government and how we can address this. Do keep in mind, I'm an external consultant as well, so I work for the government. I am not, the typical employee of the government. Maybe that's one of the reasons why we're doing this as well. But let's see how this goes. I have a short agenda, but knowing I'm not good at timekeeping, I'm going to skip that. You'll see what I say anyway. The slides will come up step by step. The desire of the organization at the beginning when I entered, that's roughly 2 years ago, but this desire is not new, was very simply get us a solution that's legally accepted, technically advanced, and by the way, make sure you solve my problems of today, tomorrow, and the next day. Just make sure I invest once and it works forever. This question has been around for over 15 years, and people have been trying to answer it with solutions that were at that moment in time relevant. We've seen Informix, we've seen the whole data warehouse approach. We've even seen AWS, Snowflake, everything. However, there's some reasons why those solutions never worked for this organization. Let's start with the we question. Who is we? There is no, and this is going to be a mix-up of words, trust me, but I'll try and explain it. There is no Department of Education on its own. It doesn't exist. It's a collaboration of 5 different entities. And legally, you could look at it as 5 different companies. They all have their different CEOs. They all report differently to the ministry. So they have their own responsibility. They are not tasked with cooperation on its own. However, and that's a simple example, when you bring, everybody who's got kids, when you bring them to school, you think, I'm dropping them off at one school. I can already tell you that that concept does not exist in this organization. The concept school is not as simple as you believe it to be. The fact that we have this separate organization means that everyone has a different approach. I'll quickly take you to how this organization is actually set up. And I'll start with the easiest one. Everybody, Agodi actually is the organization that pays for all the educational part. So every teacher that you know gets his payroll done by Agodi. It also explains why we have one of the largest budgets in the Flemish government. Because everybody's being paid by them, but also everybody who's in educational in different roles. Next to them, because they do everything that's related to standard education, we also have Ahovux, who does everything for higher education. So universities, high schools, everything related to that, they take care of that. Inspection, I don't think I need to explain what they do. They do one thing, they do it really well. Yeah, at least they try to. But that's one thing that they focus on. It's also what makes their life easier. Now, to make it complex, I said Department of Education because that's how you pronounce it in English. However, in Dutch, we also have a department. The department actually, because I'll pronounce it that way so you know the difference, the department actually is responsible for writing all the legislations and assisting the ministry or every person in the politics with answering questions like, what if? What if we give teachers a travel allowance? What if we give teachers a computer? What will this change? Will we get more teachers? As you know, we have a problem with retention of teachers. Will this solve this problem? They also write legal texts. So anybody who's in legal stuff, any text you see appear, they actually created the foundation for that. And then we have the odd one out, Agion. Agion is actually responsible for all the buildings. So whenever you pass a school building that's being built or refurbished, they're building a swimming pool for a school, those are the guys that are actually paying it. I always call them the bank. But together with Agodi, they manage a huge budget. The big problem we have is that we have a desire to do stuff with data. But due to this structure, also legally, we have to make sure we can split everything up. We are not one company, although we would love to be. There is one process through it, but it's not the same process. We use different terminologies. What we call a school in Agodi is not the same way as they pronounce a school, which makes our life a bit harder. On top of that, of course, we have to bring it all together and make it legally sound. Immediately you see my life is not easy. Yeah. I always translate this into, because I work for the overall management committee, the big challenge there, it always feels like creating a new government each week, because everybody has different political colors as well. But it is a challenge that we have to address. Now, legally, we do have a problem as well. First of all, it has been described in multiple documents that we manage the crown jewels of the Flemish government. The crown jewels being all the data related to students. Now, it's not just that we control. We have a lot of information. Don't forget, anybody who's ever applied for a grant and received it from the government, all the data is stored. We ask a lot of personal information. We ask who your father or mother is, what they studied, what's their mother language, etc., etc. We have all your medical history as well. Actually, we're even one of the few organizations that can tell a sex change, because we don't track an individual by their Rijksregister number. You get a new one, you change sex. So if anybody isn't ever interested, we realize you get a new number. But in our systems, you stay a student. Just to say how sensitive the data is that we control. That actually in its own means that we have to make sure that any solution that is an answer to the question that you saw earlier actually addresses that need, keeping in mind that data is generated over the different entities and must remain separate, because one entity cannot get the data and then share it with another organization. It's not legally allowed. So we need to make sure that that's possible as well. You see the problems you're getting into in this field. Now, of course, we have GDPR, but then there's something called the VTC. Chris has had the experience. Pascal has had it as well. I think you guys read the whole document. I've done that as well, unfortunately. Has anybody ever heard of the advice of the VTC related to the Department of Education? No. We were legally sanctioned because we were on AWS. Short history, roughly 3 years ago, project on the way to answer the same question, create a solution that will work for our organization. Built on AWS, Snowflake, dbt, look fine. However, AWS is an American company. We are storing our data on AWS. In the legislation, if somebody like the American government would address AWS and say, give us the data, they are legally forced to. You cannot forbid them from doing so. And since we could not stop that, we were forced by this organization to move away from AWS. So get ready for this later on. I'm probably the only person in this room who can say we actually bought hardware this year. Simply because we needed to. Yeah, we are therefore forced to go away from any American company that's used cloud computing. We cannot. Now that brought a lot of problems with it because legally we needed to address an issue that we couldn't address with the traditional things. I've heard AWS being yelled at and looked at. Everybody's saying, yeah, use some AWS, Azure, maybe a Google here and there, but that's it. You know, the crazy people go for Oracle Cloud, but you know, it's one of those things that you see that pop up. We cannot address that. And that means that your whole thinking of organization and flexibility is completely different. Because everything you've been looking at in every event for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years is all cloud is the solution. It creates multiple flexibilities. That's the way to go. For us, from the get-go, that was kicked off the table and said, no. And trust us, we tried. We spent more money on legal advice to solve this with the VTC than ever. I do advise anybody who wants to work with the government, and not just with us, but in general, with the Flemish government or the federal government to read the VTC advice. There's a new one out. It is even stricter than the previous one. It's really valuable to read it. It is, how should I say that? Don't pick it up when you don't want to go to sleep quickly, because it's quite boring. But it is interesting to read. We should actually maybe consider making kind of abbreviation from it. But this legal element caused us to rethink everything. And we needed to step away from traditional thinking, which caused a lot of challenges. But not only that, we needed to build a flexible solution. You saw earlier on, what do we want? We want a flexible solution for today and tomorrow. Now, although that sounds easy in wording, often when you start looking at building platforms, you quickly get to 1 or 2 products that form the base of your solution, and you try to avoid having multiple ones because it makes your life harder. In our case, we couldn't. We needed to think flexible. Why? Well, very simply, and I know this slide is in Dutch, but I'll translate it in English anyway when I do the presentation. We needed to address certain demands from the organization. One, we want to work faster. Currently, in the Flemish government, they have a traditional data warehouse. Now, anybody has ever built new star schemas in a data warehouse? Anybody have the impression that it goes fast? Right? Currently, for example, they're still in the process of finishing a star they started 3 years ago. And this is not uncommon due to the complexity of the problem, complexity of the organization, the need of involving multiple organizations. I keep in mind, most of you work for one company. We work for 5 at the same time with different bosses. Good luck. It makes life challenging. But it means that we need to address this in the future. Because as an organization, and this goes for all 5 entities, we want to be able to address needs. But also for the first time, and you heard it right, for the first time, we want to share information with each other. Can you imagine? Pieces of the government, of the same Department of Education, want to share information. So we want to make sure that when we get data on board, we can share it quicker. A quick example for that, for those who have children, at a certain moment in time, there's something called COVID that we had a couple of months ago, I think. Yeah? At a certain moment, we needed to address and say how many students were in school or not. I can already tell you that that data set is the fastest growing data set we have in the government. Because the rest of our data sets are quite predictable. For anybody who doubts about it, unless somebody of you is planning to produce 1 million kids next year, the number of students next year is not going to be that different from this year. Because some will leave the educational system, others will enter. There's not a huge difference there. So all data at that level is stable. We needed continuity. What does that mean? We wanted to be independent of systems, independent of solutions. Rings a bell, right? Everything I'm saying now is like cloud. Huh? We wanted to be, modular, prevent vendor lock-in. Now, about vendor lock-in, I want to say one thing, and it's very simple. It doesn't exist. You always have a vendor lock-in. Even if the product doesn't force you to stay with the product, there is a knowledge lock-in. Once you build stuff, there's a legacy lock-in. If you want to know what knowledge lock-in of legacy lock-in, you still have that. But still, we want to avoid being blocked. And you'll see later on when I go to the solution itself that we built, you need to address that. Infrastructure, the word hybrid came to mind. Yeah, let's build a solution that's hybrid. One, because everybody thinks it's sexy. Yeah, true. But maybe one day we'll be allowed to go into the cloud. Yeah, why not? So we need to address that as well. And of course, security. Now, this was the main thing for this solution. Security. I have 5 companies, 5 organizations owning data. My data is my data. That's what they all say. So I need to be able to act as a responsible owner and control who does what with that data in the process. That's not as easy as it sounds, because you don't want that need to stop the functionality of the sharing, because when sharing comes too hard, you need acceptance from 3, 4, 5 people. It doesn't work anymore. So we need to address that in the organization. The same thing, it needs to be stable, but also we needed the real concept of security by design. We needed to build it in. We don't want to rely on a developer developing an SQL query and adding all the security on it, like it was developed in the past. No, we wanted the system, the solution that we were building, that we wanted to build, to include it automatically. Now, keep in mind, that was our desire. That's what we wanted to do. What did we build? Or at least, what are we building? Because here's a bit of a news flash for some of you. I believe, this for me is the most challenging project I have seen for myself in the last 20 years. And I've seen some sexy stuff. I've worked for FD when we talk about publications 10 years ago doing recommendation engines. I worked for some large organizations in the country. I started up my own companies and sold it. But this is really cutting edge technology. If you look at what we're using, you'll see some elements that you'll recognize. Some might be less for some of you. But what we wanted to build is actually a solution that's uses as a starting point Starburst. Now, Starburst is a commercial product that most of you know as Presto Trino. Yeah? Okay. That's what we put in the core. The reason we went for Starburst and not for Trino is simply because we are a government. If it goes wrong, I can't say I'll ask the community. Yeah, I need a solution. I need a guarantee. And since this was critical in our organization, critical in the product and the solution that we were building, we needed to have a solution that would support it. DBT has been mentioned a couple of times before. It is a standard. I just immediately want to say, DBT is great, but you have to manage it. Yeah, this will be one of the challenges that we have. We put MinIO. I don't know if anybody's ever worked with MinIO. MinIO is actually using technology to get the most out of stupid hardware. Yeah, that's realistically what it does. You can take normal hard drives, although we've taken NVMe disks because we really want speed. You can take that and then use it as an S3 bucket to make it work even faster. We've added some components like Kafka, which makes sense. Ranger is a key component for us because Ranger will actually we will use that to control all the data accesses. So we will create policies at the base of the organization. As soon as we get the data into the platform, we set the rules up there and then just inherit them throughout the whole solution. I think that's going to be crucial for us. That's the reason why we won over the Hearts of VTC, because I can tell you that we presented this to the VTC and they actually liked the idea, which apparently is a strange thing to happen. So we were happy with that. Atlas is still, and I know there's some people in the room, so I'll just say that as this. We put it on the original drawing, but we are reviewing that. Yeah, Airflow will be in there. What's important on this as well, because I didn't mention that before, this design is modular. We want to be able to interchange components and get them out and in. The whole solution is built that way. If we don't like Atlas anymore, or it doesn't supply us with the services that we need, we should be able to get it out and replace it. This is the only way we can ensure that we have a flexible data platform that will address the needs of today, tomorrow, and the next day. Because as soon as you start blocking things together and saying these things have to be together, these things are compulsory in the solution, there's no flexibility anymore. Yeah. Again, little side note, doesn't make their lives easier. They're doing it. I'm just talking about it. Yeah, but it's something that we need to address. And of course, all the different components you see there on the screen and the slides will be shared. I think those are the things that we know that will be the challenge for our organization. Now, I could have done that on AWS, right? Everything that's on there. Do you keep in mind, we run this on a local on-prem environment. The number of times I've spoken to a supplier and they say, you don't want to do what? But in on-prem. Most of the websites, when we talk about price, You can see all the prices for cloud and then on-prem contact sales. You know what that means, right? A, we don't want it. B, it's going to be expensive as hell. Luckily, it's not the case. Why? We run our solution hardware that we bought for over 200,000 euros worth of cool hardware. Pascal, Chris, admit, when you look at the details of the hardware, we could play some serious games on there. Although we don't have really good graphical cards, but the rest is available, so that will be fun. But to enable us to have a flexible environment as well there, we needed to add something, and there we went for OpenShift. Now, the reason why we went for OpenShift is not because we selected it, but simply because it's selected by Digitaal Vlaanderen, who is also the partner in that, as a standard. So you will see more and more solutions. Kubernetes is there, the standard solution, and that's OpenShift. For us, that created an added value. We used it because it also will enable us to be the real hybrid. I can use OpenShift on my on-prem environment and have containers running and some worker nodes running on AWS as well, if I wanted to. Not today. But if I wanted to, I could. I wouldn't be forced to take my whole platform and throw it into the sky, like some of the graphs I saw earlier on, shooting it up. We don't have to. We have that selection. We have that flexibility. And that's a key component there that we wanted to. And of course, the DB 3.0, because that's the way we call it, Data Platform 3.0, is in the middle. It is between the users and all the data and all the infrastructure. What's key there is that it will be the first time that all the data of the Flemish Government Department of Education will be available through one door. Because I can actually say, you get all the data. Chris, I don't trust, so he only gets the encrypted data, or I don't share the PII data with him. I can do that. You're a data owner, so you can keep the data. You control if somebody else can see it or not. Although it is an organizational structure, a challenge to do so, we can technically enable ourselves to do so. Now, if we look at the way forward, the biggest challenge here is not about technology. Although I know for sure that at least 2 or 3 people are thinking, well, it's not easy right now, Tom. It is true, because as we say with the team, we went from shifting reverse to 10th gear. We went from going backwards to 300 kilometers an hour, the front. Problem with me, 5 minutes. So what we're going to focus on right now is focus on communication to ensure that we have the value created that we want to, that we take everybody on board. Because one of the biggest challenges we have, none of the people working on this project are internal. My biggest challenge was to convince an organization that has no technical knowledge to go for a project like this, which is one of the largest projects for the Flemish government right now. Chris knows part of the budget, I have a bit more even. So it's a huge budget, on a yearly basis, because it is a requirement. We want to bring educational into the future, and we need to do so. The challenges and opportunities must be identified and shared. Again, we are 5 entities. We all have different cultures. And this is literally the case. None of those organizations have the same culture. Some are risk averse, some love taking risks. I can tell you that one of the entities, as soon as the advisor to VTC came out saying, you can't use the cloud, they said, but we'll do it anyway, just to see what happens. They didn't, just to make sure point, they didn't. But the fact that they said it, like, well, I don't think you're the risk-averse ones. But it's one of those things that we need to address. As I said earlier on, we need to adjust. It's also there, adapt the solution where needed. I already talked about the fact it needs to be flexible. We need to adjust to the organization. The organization grows together. We are building the solution as we go. To give some credit to the guys from DataMinded as well, this solution started, the development of this new solution, and correct me if I'm wrong, started, if I'm really, extending it September, October-ish. We'll go in production in March. And there's no negotiation on the data. We have to do that. That shows you the pressure that's on the team now. We're getting a lot of great people from DataMinded, but at the same time, the speed at which we are evolving, the speed at which we are developing right now, and we get great support from all our partners, just a data miner, but Starburst, MinIO, we are almost on daily calls with MinIO, is finding the right people. And my biggest fear, when I leave this project one day, because I'm not married to them, I'm married to someone else, and one is enough. You have to look at finding the right people to leave behind. Currently, I said it before, there's no technical knowledge in-house. We are talking about things that people think it's mumbo jumbo, eh? It's a religion or it's magic. It's not. There's very little to no data engineering knowledge in the house. So if I was to look for a job and stability, we're doing cool stuff for the government, trust me. They're gonna start looking aggressively for people, because this is also looked at as potentially a standard data platform for the Flemish government, because it allows for scalability. Yeah. Hey, I'm roughly okay, right, with time? Hey, you're welcome.
I actually cut you short, 5 minutes. To
Yeah,
make
that's
sure
how,
we
yeah, I know. You've seen me present before.
By the way, about going production in March, you should also say when we get the hardware.
Oh, yeah. We have the hardware. There's just a partner who needs to install it. I put the cables in right now. No, that's a different story. Yeah.
So there were a few questions, but they're not popping up here. And I have to turn on my mic as well. One question was, I remember, why not just encrypt everything and go to the cloud anyway?
Yeah, because you can't. Seriously, you can't. The VTC looked at it and said, yeah, that's great, but how do you address keys, etc. And the risk we had, if you would do so, because we had a solution on AWS, and let's face it as well, AWS is a very safe solution. We've had systems that were due to negligence on an individual where a certain key was dropped online. AWS reacts really quick and blocks everything. That's true, and it could have been a solution. However, within the legal boundaries of the political solution, it just wasn't allowed. Yeah, so my guess is for the next 10 years, no cloud. Yeah.
All right. Well, there's more questions that we can answer, but I'm going to go ahead with a few more. So AWS Outpost for putting AWS services in your basement. Did we look at that?
No. We really started from a blank page and then came up with this design. I'm sure there's a million different solutions. There's no one solution fits all. It is looking at different ways of addressing it. And we ended up with using this one. Yeah.
All right, cool. What about just the same question? What metadata management tool are you considering instead of Atlas? What are some factors that inform this decision?
Skull, you want to take that one? I don't know by heart anymore, even.
No,
we're looking at a couple of different products. I'm just looking for the names right now.
Data Hub.
A Data Hub, anyway. Yeah. And Open Metadata. Yeah. So we're looking at different solutions there as well, because earlier on you said this solution is built by a team, not by an individual. And that's going to be crucial. I think the stress on the team is going to be tremendous if it's not the case already. And we need to work together. So we're bringing all the different knowledge together to make sure that we can have success here. Yeah.
All right. What are some concrete use cases that you will enable this project?
Yeah. Just make sure that I understand the question correct. We are looking at ensuring that, for example, inspection gets the data of different entities, because that's never happened before, to ensure which schools, I'm using the wrong word, but for the sake of this conversation, which schools should be inspected or not. Those are already in the making. We have Vlaamse Toetsen, if anybody has not read the newspapers lately, but that will be also a use case here. We will also be replacing the data warehouse with this solution. Simply because the data warehouse is strict, we will be replacing, of course, the data warehouse with this solution first, because we have to have continuity. But at the same time, we're rethinking, and then the whole story of data mesh, which I saw earlier in the presentations, is coming up, because that's something we are working on as well.
All right, let's do one more before we go for a break. Oh, okay, the stream's already. So we answered all.
I can tell you that the answer is yes.
All right. All right. Thanks again, Ton, for giving this awesome presentation. With that, we are already on our second break. After the break, we have 2 more talks left. One is from our own people talking about how we empowered our customers. And the star of the show, Mehdi, are you in the room? Mehdi is somewhere. Yeah, Mehdi. Hey, the star of the show is obviously we kept for last, right? He's going to share his state, how he looked 10 lessons learned and 10 years of data. But first, have a break. Merci. Alles goed, Maarten? Ça va?
Dat is een beetje interessant.
All right. We're ready for the third part of the day. So there's 2 more talks left. One talk is again from Data-Minded, so you'll see some other people that I haven't seen before. And we're going to share how we impacted our customers and how we enabled our customers to transform last year. And then finally, we have a talk by Mehdi. Mehdi is the who doesn't know Mehdi? Most people know you. So in our little data engineering bubble, you are what I don't know if that's an insult, but you're an influencer, right?
I hate that word.
Okay, so you're a content creator. Anyway, a lot of people follow you, and you have a lot of interesting things to say. So it's like, maybe we should invite Mehdi to come and give his view on data, and you happily accept it. So it's cool to have you here. There will also be some time, hopefully, for the remainder of the quiz, because there's a few more questions left before we can announce a winner. But without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Michael, and Michael is going to introduce the rest of the Data-Minded speakers.
All right. Thank you, Chris. So how's everything in the room? All right? Yeah, the good thing is I was actually the guy in the last couple of hours that was actually steering the volume, so operating the company. No, so I'm trying to focus a lot on our people, culture, and also some aspects like finance. But besides that, I'm also spending quite some of my time with our customers, with you, because that's honestly what I like to do, and what is also essential to Data-Minded, obviously. Also, I want to say Bart, Toon, where's Martin? Yeah, big thanks for being here. This is what our office is meant to be. And also particularly for bringing your story, because I think that is inspiring the audience here. Maybe a few words about Data-Minded. So 2022 was also a bit of transformation for us. I think you all know us as natural-born engineers. We'll be staying natural-born engineers. But I think we have become a bit more complete recently in what we bring to the market. Some things you have seen already, but I hope you will be seeing much more in the year to come. And I think we can relate them to things that I've seen in all of your presentations. Things that I take away are about business orientation a lot, not only about implementing technology, but also implementing organizations, strategy. So that's also something that we have been working on and will keep working on. So the next hour will be a few of my colleagues introducing you to that. So that's the people that lead quite of our efforts there. I'll now passing the mic to my colleague, Johnny.
Thank you, Michael. So I'm going to talk to you today about data maturity. What is data maturity and why is it important to your organization? So all of the organizations you're in typically have ambitions, right? You have ambitions to create data products, to create dashboards, APIs, features. Sometimes it's even very vague, like grow revenue. These are also ambitions, of course. But most of the time that translates into data ambitions. It always ends up at the data side. So we typically see some challenges with that. And the challenges that we see are often that these products that we envision don't materialize. For example, this is a number from Gartner, 85% of the AI projects fail in 2020. That means there's quite a lot of room for improvement. But how do we deal with that? this is even just AI projects. There's many more of these things. Is there a way that we can bring this number down? And we believe that works with scalable and sustainable data products. Whenever we deliver something, you've seen a lot of things today, a lot of best practices. Well, how does it actually end up as a data product? How can we combine all of these best practices to deliver something that's scalable and sustainable? Plus, what do these vague terms actually mean in practice? Well, if you look at this pyramid, what we can see here is whenever we build a data product, we need quite a lot of layers. We need the infrastructure part, we need the operations part, the data pipelines, until we end up at the data product. But before we reach there, this is the effort that we typically spend on all of these layers. That's quite a lot of effort, but that also means if we build a second data product, we have to redo all of these things again. So what we've also seen before, I've seen it in several slide decks, is that we build a data platform. And on top of that, we build a data product. So we combine all of the effort so that we don't have to redo it every time again and again. But in these data platforms, it also lies a challenge. If we look at the left side, we see what some companies tend to do. They build a data platform supported by many people. And if there's something that came up in every presentation that we saw, it's people. People are difficult to find. It's difficult to get the right skill set. But still, we try to scale. Whenever we build a new data product, we try to scale with, let's create a new team, or let's bring those people together and reshift the focus of those teams. This is very challenging. This is scalable, but it's not sustainable. We cannot keep adding these people. So what do we recommend is the right side. So instead of shift to the left, this one has the shift to the right approach, where whenever we build a data product, we actually want to have the data platform supporting all of these products automatically, making sure we have a scalable setup. We have a fixed team, or at least a small team, with a specific focus on building a product that is sustainable. Also, they typically follow a process that is the right one to deliver such a product with high quality. So that's what we mean with scalability and sustainability. But where are you in this image? Are you on the left? Are you on the right? So you need to be aware of that. You need to be aware of your own capabilities. So how do you measure such a thing? So what we have done in DataMinded is we've looked at all the clients we've ever had, checked with all the engineers we have, so that's a huge combined experience, and we've come up with a huge list of things, and it boils down to these 6 dimensions: organization, product, technology, data, process, and people. So we have a full list of best practices. I'm not going over all of them. You can read up on our Data Maturity Index white paper, freely available on our website, or you can just fill in all of the checklists today in 15 minutes or 10 minutes and get your own score. How mature are you today? Using that number, you can actually compare yourself against other companies. So this is what we've done in 2022. We've launched that almost a year ago. And today I want to share with you our conclusions, our findings of all of these indexes that we have checked with clients and other people in the community. These are some examples of data maturity scans that we did. There's 4 organizations. The bold line indicates where they are today in terms of maturity. The thin line indicates the ambitions. And it's immediately obvious, it's like a fingerprint. All of the organizations are different. Every organization has their own fingerprint in terms of maturity, and also their own ambitions. Remember, I said every company has quite some unique ambitions in the beginning. This should boil down to your data ambitions. You need to fine-tune all of these things into your, let's say in a year, your ambitions on data. We've also looked into specific things. These are some examples of statements that we have that you can check for your own company. And these are actually the high adoption ones. So for every one of these dimensions, we have selected the one that is adopted by the community. So this is a quick win. If you're not doing this today, well, you should, because almost all of the other organizations are doing that. So please, if you're missing one, implement it tomorrow, if possible. Let's quickly go over them. So for the product side, we see that reprocessing of data is important. We've heard that when you train a new machine learning model or something, you will have the ability, or you should have the ability to reuse the data that you already have. Or if you need to fix something, you need to be able to reuse that. The second thing, also in the light of some ransomware attacks recently, is that you need to give the keys of your data to the right person. If you give the keys to your data to the wrong person, it's already too late and you have to start a mitigation exercise. So you need to be really careful who to give access to, at least sensitive data. Then, in terms of processes, we see that code should be reviewed. You need to do knowledge sharing. People are difficult to find, so the more you can spread knowledge in your company, the better. In terms of technology and organization, let's focus on organization first. What we see there is typically to innovate, you need to enable exploration and experimentation. How can you do that? Well, you can enable cloud technologies. You can leverage that. It's very easy to quickly set up something and to then use that to allow people to quickly experiment. So these go a bit hand in hand. Finally, culture is really important. We've also heard that today a few times. The culture of continuous improvement. This is something that 49% of the organization is already doing today. So this is also key to developing a right data culture. We have another list here, the things that people don't do yet, things that organizations are struggling with. So to me, these are opportunities. If you can do any of these, you will just hop over all the other companies that are not doing this yet. So the first thing is a detailed disaster recovery plan. And at the same time, we also see continuous deployment multiple times a day. These leak in a bit from software engineering. In software engineering, we think it's really normal that we have SLAs, that we actually have high availability for all the components. But we cannot even succeed in getting a disaster recovery plan for data in place. So there, I think we should raise the bar and make sure we have the right things in place. The same thing for continuous deployment. In software engineering, this is normal. We can deploy very fast, very often. We want to have the same things, for example, for machine learning models, for data pipelines, so that you can fix things and be more agile. Then, we had a full talk by Gergely on data mesh. Companies are still struggling with that. Only 12% of the respondents indicated that they have successfully implemented data mesh. The question even remains for some company, what is data mesh? It's important to understand what is data mesh for your organization. But this is an opportunity, of course, to reshape your organization and implement the right things that work for you. Next, for technology, what we see there is infrastructure as code. Why is this important? If you want to industrialize things, industrialize pipelines, deploy them multiple times, you should have explicit ways of doing that. The knowledge should be somewhere in code so that you can repeat the process again and again. And then finally, we also saw that in many of the talks that ROI is important. We need to be able to measure the investment. I think, Bart, the question was also asked to you, like, what is the ROI? And you said sometimes it peaks and sometimes it goes down. You cannot share the actual information. But it is key to understand, like putting thousands of man-hours in a product, tens of engineers working years on a data product. What is the actual yield of this? What is the actual investment and what is the return on that? So once you can estimate that better and once you understand that it's not just code of a notebook that you're deploying, but you're deploying a full application, it becomes more clear in what investment that would take. And it will help you prioritize your data project accordingly. So if we zoom out a bit on each of these individual statements, we define 4 levels of data maturity: awareness, exploration, acceleration, and lead. And if we even zoom in on the first level, let's see how many organizations reach the bar on the first level. Currently, we see that 31% on technology has completely covered that level. But this graph learns us a lot more. Again, I said before, for the people part, we've seen that come up again and again and again. This is a challenge. For me, this conclusion here is technology is not a challenge. We have all of this technology available, but when we fail, it's probably not because of the technology. It's most likely due to some of the more softer things, like process, product, people. These are things that we should definitely not ignore when working on data maturity. To give a final number on the levels of data maturity, this is the average one. From all the respondents, we have 34% average data maturity. Is it bad? Is it good? I don't know. And it also depends. It depends on your ambitions. It depends on what you want. So this number, to me, it doesn't really mean anything. You should always look at that from your own perspective. So what is the takeaway from my side for data maturity? You should always, as I said, start from your own ambitions. What do you want to reach as a company? What is your starting point and where is your value? That you should translate to the goals. You should understand your current maturity. That was also said by Maarten, I think. We need to understand where we are today and set the ambitions accordingly, not in 10 years, but also over a year, next quarter, and take small steps towards that goal. We should also avoid the complexity. We don't need to have really complex processes or things in place. We should take small steps to achieve that. And while doing that, we should know that technology is most likely not the issue. Technology is there to help us, but the real focus should be on the full holistic view, and especially people should get the attention. If you want to try this out or learn more, we have a full section of our website covered to data maturity. And if you are even more interested, come talk to me after the session. We also do data strategy studies these days so that we can actually go together with you. The data maturity is part of that, but we have a 4-step plan on making your company more mature. All right, thank you. I'm going to give the word to Oliver on the Academy updates. Thank you.
Test. Yeah, all right. We're in business. Perfect. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oliver Willekens. I am the head of the Data Minded Academy, but I am not alone. First of all, what is the Data Minded Academy? It is part of the things that we do at Data Minded. Data Minded is built on 3 pillars. Consultancy is one of those. Most of you will know us through a consultancy kind of collaboration. The second pillar that we have is Conveyor, a product that my colleagues, Pierre and Stan, will talk to you more about in just 15 minutes. And then we have the Academy, which is more where I'm at home. So what do we do with the Academy? Let me talk to you first about how we approach teaching with our clients. First of all, the way we approach this is really inclusive. Over 1/3 of our staff has contributed over the last year to teaching. I'm really happy with these 11 people, and it's not just those 11 people, but these are the ones that we really say they are giving a big course. We also do on-the-job coaching, on-the-job mentoring, and those people aren't even mentioned here. Now, what has these 11 people brought about in the last year? We've gotten a pretty amazing academy year here. Over the last year, we have given about 56 workshops, which on average basically means 1 workshop a week. About 500 hours of teaching just for those pieces themselves. I think that's pretty amazing. One of the things that you see in the graph here is that we've also had a very, very packed summer. The reason for that is that 2 of our clients have a recurring contract with us where they regularly take some courses of us, which is different from usually the ad hoc kind of approach that we have. What you also see in there are our 2 spikes for the summer school and the winter school. And this is our way of making at least twice a year for now, a set of core workshops available to the people where we really focus on a bunch of data engineering practices and technologies. I'm really proud of those summer school and the winter school themselves because they combine the technologies that we really value and also the technologies that our clients are asking for. Because if you look for it, over the last year, I've compiled the list of all the courses that we had and which ones were the most popular. And on number 3, we see DBT coming back and Spark on Kubernetes. DBT, that's the part that Jelena was talking about. It basically talks about how to introduce software engineering practices to analysts who are indeed very much familiar with SQL. Spark on Kubernetes is more actually about Docker, which we consider a really important technology. And by the way, it's not because these technologies are mentioned. DBT is fairly new in the market, in fact. It's not that we are following the market. We make courses because we believe these courses are actually valuable for many companies working with data. On number 2, we have Terraform and Snowflake. Now, Terraform is in our portfolio already for a longer time. And it is an infrastructure as code tool. It's exactly one of the things that Johnny was talking about. It's also something that Bart was talking about earlier. It is a way to make sure that people can bring up infrastructures immediately without many problems. Snowflake, since June, we have a course on that. This one? Shall I continue without? All right, works. Snowflake, very popular, lots of fuss and buzz in the media. Again, we're not following it. because it is being hyped a little bit, but because many of our clients have made their first steps with it. They are adopting this modern cloud-native data warehouse. They're adopting it. And actually, we're very happy that they come to us for a workshop on this, because we cannot simply transfer the same way that we dealt with the data warehouse on-premise. We cannot apply that to a cloud-native data warehouse. So that's why we have a course on that. Finally, on number one, we have Airflow and Apache Spark. Airflow since January, and I believe we see more uptake there because the people who have already adopted Airflow might actually need, they're revising their structure basically. Let's see, yeah, that works as well. Goes without as well, might be. Airflow 2.x came out just, I don't know, somewhere near the beginning of the year, Stan, something like that. Something like that. And there have been so many changes in that release that some of the organizations that we service decided, let's revise the way that we can work with this and see if we can leverage this tool to make sure all of our pipelines run automatically. Apache Spark, well, a very popular framework still. It's even being adopted in many cloud services such as AWS Glue or Azure Synapse. So it really helps to know a little bit about how Apache Spark works behind the scenes to also leverage those other tools. So that's our top 6 basically, and it's really ex aequos for all of them. But these are not the only workshops that we have. This is a complete list for the moment. And what I'm really excited about is the ones that are in blue over there, because they're actually transversal. When you look at the list, most of the courses there really focus on a specific technology. And while we do that well, I think it's more interesting that we're also working more on the things that are going across, especially software engineering, for example. It's something that really sticks with me. It's more about enabling the people again. Just like with modern data platforms, we're introducing people to ways that they can get their job done. Enablement and empowerment, it's terms I've heard already in every single talk today. We value feedback enormously. I know some of the people here have joined us for the summer and the winter school and even have some courses from us. You know that we ask for feedback for it. And this word cloud basically captures some of the things that we have seen coming back regularly. The size of the words is what matters. Almost all of our respondents really say we love the exercises that people have here. They find them challenging, relevant to their core business, and also a good amount of realistic. They also think that our teachers are helpful and kind, which are always positive things to hear. And they really like the flipped classroom approach because we have 2 ways of teaching. We can give you videos up front, and then you come to class for the interactive moments, or we come on site and we do everything with the theory and the exercises all at once. Now, what this basically boils down to, when you read also the longer pieces of the comments, is that the people have really, after following courses with us, they have become more independent, they say. How have they become independent? Well, they know where to look things up, and they know how to reason about certain problems. It's great. Second thing is that they know more how to write tests, what are good tests, and how to do that properly. That is a way to also make sure that you can scale to the future. Finally, people say that they have boosted their confidence. Who doesn't like a confident worker? One way to get that is indeed through testing. The other one is through the experience. Again, coming back to the exercises that we give, people love the exercises. These are relevant exercises, and they believe that this will scale them as well. I'm not really using this much, am I?
No, but it's fine.
Thank you. I think it was Obama who said it really well. When people come to our courses, they really believe at that moment we can. We have enabled them. They believe empowered to do the things. And I think that's one of the greatest things about our academy itself. So what have we learned from all those teachings? Well, I can capture these learnings basically in the 3 core values of Data Minded, and they're here on the board. Now, I'm not going to talk so much about the third one, even though we do contribute to making sure your people deploy to production. But it's more about the left 2. So let me first talk about the things that we want to talk about, the truth as we see it. First of all, COVID hit, and we started embracing different ways of teaching. All of a sudden, things moved online. We still notice that several organizations are actually boycotting themselves by sticking to the tried and tested communication softwares that we are all used to, Microsoft Teams for one. We said, no, that doesn't really work. It's missing certain features. We love the Gather platform, and we really recommend this because for teaching, there are certain things that we really needed, like multi-screen sharing. Here you see, for example, a piece of Nathan, and he's sharing his own slides, and at the same time, he can watch the slides from some of the students. Great way to not have to ask all the time, can you share your screen? Something else that a platform like that one offers, doesn't have to be Gather, by the way, easy breakout rooms. You might have the experience with Microsoft Teams, but it's not that easy, right? You need to pull people back in and so on. This is amazing. You basically let people go into these boxes, they have their own little private workspace, and they can just quickly move from one to another. Everything is fine there. And that solves a lot of problems for us as well. We can easily go in and make sure that people also follow a certain parkour, basically. Something else that we have done there that we really like is the ability to broadcast, especially in tools like Microsoft Teams. If you all of a sudden need to share again a message and the people are in their breakout rooms, I don't know how it is nowadays. I hope it's already improved. But basically, you have to summon them back in to spread that message. A tool like Gather is something that can really help you. So we really recommend that for your online events, check out the features that platforms like these have. Another thing that we have really seen is how important the interactions are. Many people believe that teaching is about an instructor who's standing in front of a slide, just like I'm doing here right now, and then give their one-way communication. That's not really what we believe in. If you do that, then basically you're just there to share some information and get your paycheck. We really value that our people learn something. So we check with them again. We do try to make a short feedback loop. Oftentimes when I come here to the office and we have, for example, some learnings going on, I see our teachers sitting down next to a student taking a chair and asking them whether or not they understood what we were talking about. We challenge them a little bit. And that's how we can make sure that they have understood, not that we can talk about the information that we share. The third learning is about motivated people. They love being challenged. They said our exercises were very challenging. And that is true, but we also noticed very quickly then who is motivated. As a simple example, we had a student coming to our summer school last time, and he loved the challenges so much that he decided to join our company. The final learning is basically this code is liability, experience is an asset. Technology training programs really give you a competitive advantage. It's something that, for example, Bart has already mentioned as well. What do we see here? For example, these training programs make you innovative. It is so hard to keep track of all the technologies that we have nowadays, and they change super fast. So by hiring people who know how to do these things and people, for example, who use these technologies on a daily basis to teach what they know, they can also make sure that you understand which of those features are useful in your business context. Second part here is about automation, and this goes without saying. Anything that is automated, like infrastructure as code, goes much faster. Companies that can deploy multiple times per day can get value, the return on investment, much easier than any other companies. And finally, it's about efficiency. Not per se in lines of code, but I do see that a lot as well. If you can write more efficient ways, it doesn't have to be always code, more efficient programs, then yeah, well, you will scale better. So code is a liability, experience is an asset. That's what we have learned. Now, what can you do? Well, for that, I would like to go back to a slide that Johnny just now showed as well. It were those quick wins, basically, from the data maturity scan results. First thing that I would like to pick on is this code review process. Too often, we come at clients where there is absolutely no code review process installed at all. And code review process is a very easy way to do internal learnings, to make sure that people share information and learn some new skills. There are always going to be people who know a few tricks. This is internal. This is for free. Make sure to benefit from it. The second one I want to focus on is this one about cloud technology and exploring it for new use cases. Just like Nathan said it about infrastructure as a Jira ticket, this is exactly what you want to avoid. You want to make sure that people can already explore some of the cloud technologies. Don't block them, enable them to do so. Finally, do install a culture of continuous improvement. We are humans, we are curious by nature. We want to learn stuff. Let me end my talk by asking you one question. And if you internalize the question and cannot answer it quickly, then it might be a sign that there is something wrong at your company. What system is in place at your organization that enables people to improve themselves? Thank you very much. Okay. Then I can just, can everybody hear me if I talk like this? Okay, I'll try to do it that way. So hello everyone, I will be talking about Conveyor, which is our product, and I will be doing that together with Pierre, which is one of the best software engineers that we have at Data-Minded. So I hope that's a good introduction for you, Pierre. So we'll be talking about Conveyor, which is our product that brings data products from ideation to production. As mentioned before by Oliver, we do 3 things at Data-Minded. We do consulting, we do academy and Conveyor, and they all try to do the same thing. We try to make organizations better in processing their data and giving better recommendations to teams. So consulting does that through consultancy practices. We help you making your data architecture. We help fixing your problems. With Academy, we try to make your people better and make sure that you are better at fixing those things yourself. And with Conveyor, we try to take the lessons learned from both consultancy and Academy and making sure that 80% of what we see in the data space is covered by that product, or at least a part of it. So what do we try to solve with Conveyor? There are 2 main use cases I want to talk to you about today. First one is migrating to the cloud. I know, Toon, that's maybe not the right message for you, but yeah, I'm sorry for that.
As long as you don't force me to do the cloud.
Okay, it's fine. And a second thing that we can do with Conveyor is, I think, growing your data platform. We can help you with that. So migrating to the cloud, as many of you know, I think some of you already have migrated to the cloud. There's a lot of common pitfalls with that. So you might either start too big or too small. You might not have business on board, and there's a lot of things that can go wrong. This actually results in a lot of unknowns when you're first migrating to the cloud, and this also results in an unknown timeline. It's often quite hard to do. And I think at Data-Minded, we can help you with that, both through our experience we've gained with consultancy, also with Academy, just by teaching your people how to effectively use the cloud, but also with Conveyor. With Conveyor, you have a product that can enable you to just buy a managed part of your data platform and just get started quicker than you would if you have to do everything yourself. Second thing is growing the data platform. If you ever started building a data platform, you know that after a while it becomes harder. You have more data sources, more people using the platform. All of a sudden, things start becoming more complex because they're all asking for new features, right? Someone is asking for GPU instances, somebody wants to use Data Hub, and etc. And all of a sudden, maintenance also becomes a problem because all of a sudden you have 10, 20, 30 services you have to upgrade, maintain, and a lot of people that you have to support on your data platform. Data-Minded can also help you with that with consultancy, like picking the right track to grow your data platform, helping you figure out what do you need to tackle first. With Academy, we can also help teach your people in new technologies. Again, with Conveyor, we hopefully can lessen the burden by taking some of these pain points away and you don't have to maintain things anymore. And I think one of the success stories you've already heard today is Luminous. I know from Bart that in 2020, Q1, they started, actually in my opinion, with a very valid thing. They started with use case collection. They started first, what are the things that are most important to us that we want to move to the cloud and that we want to gain traction from? And then they started an internal study and an RFP to get started with that in Q2.
And I think eventually Data-Minded was chosen to help guide Luminous in Q3 with migrating to the cloud. And actually rather quickly, then the implementation started in Q4. And I think in Q1, the first use case was live running on Conveyor. So that's actually rather quickly, in 1 quarter, we went from the first implementation and landing on the cloud to having the first use case live. And I think they scaled very quickly after that. In Q2, they scaled to multiple use cases. And I don't know if these numbers are exact, but I think at the end of 2021, you already had 7 use cases live, 25 users onboarded, and we've had more up-to-date numbers from Bart today. But I think this is one of the best success stories of Data-Minded. The 3 pillars are working together here of Data-Minded. We help them through consultancy on guiding on how to do this. We also do Academy there to teach their own people how to get started with this. And we also use Conveyor there to just get started very quickly in the cloud. A second use case I want to talk to you about is DPG Media. So we've also had Maarten talk today about DPG Media. So you know that they're one of the biggest media conglomerates in the Benelux. And with DPG Media, it's all about scale. So they use Conveyor to run about 300 DAGs. For those who don't know Airflow, that you could look at a DAG as a data project that you're running. So more than 300 DAGs, resulting in 6,000 tasks or 6,000 data pipelines being scheduled every day. That's quite a lot. And that results in a monthly activity of like 500,000 applications being scheduled across 1 million core hours. So core hour is 1 CPU running for an hour, and 1.5 million containers being launched. This is all done across multiple AWS accounts, across multiple Conveyor clusters, and it's all run by Conveyor. And it's actually a big story that you can see that we can help you grow towards those big numbers if needed. So the next part of the talk will be done by Pierre, my colleague, and he will tell you how Conveyor fits in your data platform.
Thank you. You're staying here with me. Oh, nice.
I'll go.
You can stay. So Stijn has been telling you about what Conveyor already is doing in the wild. Let's see what it could do for you in your next data platform. Sorry, other direction. Okay, so the first thing that Stijn mentioned is migrating to the cloud can be really overwhelming. And I mean, you're not gonna learn anything new on that slide. You've seen actually the same slide in multiple presentations today, but everything from data sources to ingestion, storage, processing, and of course, delivering some data science and machine learning use cases up to the final output. Let's remember that's actually, all this work is only worth it if you deliver something, be it a live application, a dashboard, or a model. And then once you've done all of that, you still need to take care of things like data governance, data quality, workflow management. A big topic is obviously privacy and security. And then, of course, once you've built all of that, you want to be able to observe what it's doing, is it performing well? So the trend today is a lot of companies are going for off-the-shelf solutions for each concern, because by solving any of those problems, you're not solving any of your business cases, right? So here I just put names of some big guys on each of those categories. You probably recognize them. And the point is that they each solve a particular concern. So, and here I'm also showing solutions for the transversal concerns, let's say. So why am I showing you this? Is I want to position Conveyor or product in this landscape. And so let's do that on the next slide. Conveyor actually sits center in the processing layer. So it's a runtime engine for your data pipelines. And we also, because this really goes hand in hand, it goes together with the workflow management. So this is really the core of what Conveyor can help you with, and we're going to show in more details what this needs. On the side, Conveyor doesn't stop there. It also helps with ingestion, like Bart mentioned. It also helps to some extent with data science, with notebooks. We do offer some features for privacy and security, and then of course we let you monitor the whole platform. So let's see what this means in practice. Okay, so now it's time to think a little bit about data projects, and I think today we had a sample of a bit of everything that exists in the data landscape. So many data projects are just ETL processes for BI applications and dashboards. Some of them are advanced machine learning cases like we had good demonstrations of. Sometimes you're earlier in the process and you just want to explore your data and you want to be able to do some data science. And then finally, you can go to very advanced streaming applications, which are, notably very hard to do. And what do they share? What is in common between those seemingly very different applications? Well, obviously, you need to build them, test them, deploy them. You need to orchestrate and run them, and then you need to monitor them. And that is really why we built Conveyor, is that no matter which technology you want to use, no matter which use case you want to deliver, you need to do all of that. Hence, the analogy with the conveyor, it's really something that brings you from your ID to production. So Conveyor really takes your ID through experimentation, building, deploying, running, scaling to the final product. And today, specifically, I just want to emphasize on this part here, highlighted. So deploying your projects, running them, and scaling them. So let's see how Conveyor can be seen as the core of your data platform runtime. This relies on 3 pillars. The first one is the processing engine, because you write code, it needs to be executed somewhere. And that's where Conveyor shines. We have deep integration with Apache Spark, with dbt. You can write your custom code with Python or any technology that you can put in the container. So there's really no limitation to which technology you want to use. We just provide the execution part. On the side of that, once you've built something, you want to deploy it and monitor it, and you want to do continuous deployments. We mentioned that a few times already today. Conveyor makes it super easy to integrate with your continuous integration and deployment pipelines. And then finally, and that is a bit more specific to data projects than software engineering in general, you want to orchestrate all your data pipelines. You have many tasks, like Sten mentioned, we're talking about thousands of tasks that have interdependencies and that need to run on a fixed schedule every day and so on. So those are the 3 pillars that Conveyor really helps with. The first one being, like I said, the processing engine. And Conveyor is really striving to automatically run and scale with your data projects. It is the easiest way to run Spark and dbt in the cloud, as far as we know. It helps you monitor your cost and reduce your cloud bills by using spot instances, by using t-shirt size instances. The point being trying to really get the most bang for your bucks on your cloud bills. And then finally, it automatically scales with your data so that you really focus on your business cases and not so much on the technicality of it. The first feature that we have and that really we get a ton of positive feedback about is Conveyor Run. So what is this? It's a feature that allows fast iterations from your developer laptop with a single command. So by running Conveyor Run on your laptop, what you get is a whole bunch of things. You get your code, your test, and your DAGs built and validated. They get remotely executed on your cluster, and they get the same data access as your production payloads will have. So what I mean by that is that they leverage the same mechanisms, so they do it for the right purpose, and nothing is running on your laptop. And then finally, you get feedback through logs. And so this is saving a ton of time in your deployment, in your development experience, because you can iterate many times over and over again. And so this is really a feature that makes a lot of customers happy. Once you've been building locally, actually remotely, but from the comfort of your laptop, you want to go to the next level. And the next level is deploying continuously, because what you want is to end in a state where releasing is not a big deal. You do it 5 times a day, 10 times a day, so no big deal. So we've just seen local iterations that you do here, single command, Conveyor Run. Next step is to build your project. And once you build it, you publish it to the cloud. Again, single command. You don't need to care about any of the infrastructure behind that. And finally, we get to the deployment phase. And typically, we also talked about that today. You want to deploy to phased environments, so typically to a staging environment first. Once you're on staging, you want to do automated tests and validations. And once you're happy, you can deploy to production. And you do that to promotion, which means taking the exact same things that were deployed to staging, that have been tested and validated, and you push them to production. Conveyor makes this whole pipeline super easy to implement. And then you start the virtuous cycle of iterating and making it better and making it many times a day. So this is for deployment. Now let's talk about monitoring very briefly. Conveyor makes it super easy to monitor your data processing with two things mainly: logs. So the logs are collected by Conveyor and available in easy to reach UI for each task that is running on the cluster. And then you can search and you can find your errors and you can find everything. And then next to that, you have metrics, which really allows you to look at CPU usage, RAM usage. Why is that important? First of all, for debugging. If something is getting out of memory, you see it here immediately. If something is really slow, you could maybe check that the CPU usage is too high. But also for cost. If you realize that it's really very underutilized, then you should probably save cost by using smaller instances and so on. So Conveyor comes with all of that baked in, no matter which technology you're actually using under the hood. This could be a dbt job or a Spark job, right? Or a Python job or a Java job, whatever flavor you like. So we talked about the two first pillars. The last pillar is orchestration. I don't have that much to say about this. I think Airflow is quite well established. I think in a presentation this morning, we had, it was the centerpiece of the group, managing all the pieces. Well, Airflow is something we decided to integrate quite deeply with in Conveyor. And so for each of your projects, you have Airflow embedded. We manage it for you, and you can check easily your dependencies. You can see the orchestration of past tasks. So you can see at a glance, you can see what's going on, what has failed, how much time does it take for your pipeline to run daily, and so on. And so those are the three pillars we cover in Conveyor. Now, we talked about deploying, running. Now I will finish here with scale. So I think we already touched a bit on scaling, which Stijn explained a little bit. Like you can imagine like the story of DPG going from a few projects to hundreds of projects. It comes with challenges on two fronts. The first one is technical. Obviously, you need to scale technologically. So for that, Conveyor offers a managed Kubernetes cluster, and we auto-scale. And I think I mentioned all of the other things, like the Spark integration, the t-shirt size. On-demand and spot instances is a very important one to manage your costs and reduce your cloud bills. But then on the other side, when scaling, you have other issues. And those issues are on the people front. And again, we come back to it. People are a very important part of this equation. So imagine you're scaling from a single team, single project to multiple teams and hundreds of projects. You really want to make sure that only the right people access the right data. That would be with RBAC. You want to integrate with your identity provider. You want to make sure that costs are not blowing up, because if each team is starting to spawn instances like crazy, you want to keep that under control. And then finally, it's all about this equilibrium between freedom for each team, and yet you want a control environment. And this we offer through templates, where you can provide best practices through templates as the platform team, and yet you let each team decide on what they want to use. So I will conclude with that. Of course, we barely scratched the surface. We didn't even show you the product. Actually, you had like 2 screenshots. But we are more than happy to talk to you about anything you want to know about Conveyor. And I don't know, Stijn, if you want to add something, or otherwise.
I by accident turned on this microphone, so.
Yeah.
No, I think what I want to add, if you want to know more, just talk to us here on the floor. You can talk to me or Pierre or to Chris. And we can also set up a meeting if you want to. But I hope you kind of have a feeling now why Luminous and DPG Media chose to work together with us and why it helps them to achieve the scale and the speeds that they gain by using this product. So that's it.
Yep.
Thanks. I'm going to switch the mics quickly. So we have one more talk left by Mehdi. But Mehdi, if you allow me, I'm going to hijack a few of your minutes to do the rest of the quiz, because we still need to select the winner, right? And have some questions left as well. All right, so I hope you paid attention in this slide, because now is actually going to ask you some questions that are actually relevant. And not just, have you been decapitated? Let's skip this one. Yeah. Getting there. Are you ready for question number 5? So we go back to menti.com 77489710. So this year we invested a lot in the growth of our academy. Oliver explained. What do you think the results are? Are we still investing in it more than we're making? Are we about break even? Or do you think the academy is today a source of income for us? Well, it is a source of income, but let's say a positive ROI. All right, let's see who answered. 1 thinks we're break even, 11 thinks we're losing money. We're losing money, and 10 think we're making money. It's actually that one person who got it right. So that was the goal of this year. Oliver, we need to grow the academy to something serious. And you're allowed to be break even. So we are break even. It's pretty cool. I skipped this question, so I'm going to do this now. It's a question about Conveyor, actually, if I remember correctly. Besides AWS, we also support an additional cloud on which we can deploy Conveyor. Which one do you think it is? Is it going to be Azure? Is it going to be Google Cloud? Or is it going to be IBM? So let's see how many people answer. Time's up. Yay! Yeah, so it was Azure indeed. So as of this year, Conveyor is also available in Azure, and our engineers love it, by the way. They say it's like the migration from AWS to Azure, that was like, it's Kubernetes, right? So it's the exact same thing. AKS is the exact same thing. That's what I understood, at least. So they're gonna kill me later. Sorry, guys. Next question. Also fast to get more points. So we typically do data engineering, machine learning work, but this year we also built out other services. So what are we doing? Do we offer a 24/7 break-fix service for your data pipelines? You wish. Do we do dashboarding, data visualization, or do we also do data strategy now? Let's see. Yay! Yeah, indeed. So I guess you did pay attention to Johnny's talk. We also do data strategy now, which is a fancy word for helping companies getting started, really. Maybe I still have like a few minutes left. I'm actually not even in your time. Your time only starts at 5, right? So don't kill me. Mehdi is not an influencer. He's a content creator, but there are influencers, and before we're going to look at the influencers, let's look at the leaderboard. How is it updated? Python Geert is not doing well. So Jonas is first, and then Samus Jonas. Is he even here? He's going to be online, Jonas. If you're online, we have a present for you. If you're going to keep up with this, right? But Jonas is clearly in the lead at the moment. But so yeah, know the influencers. Mehdi is not one, but there are some others. First of all, this guy. So I don't know if you recognize this person. He talks about functional data engineering. And the title is Functional Data Engineering, a set of best practices at Lyft. By the way, it's a very good talk. Who is this? Sorry. I'm still getting used to this. His name is Maxime Beauchemin, so I think you also get a picture on your phone right now. So is it somebody that Pierre picked a fight with him in the past? Is it someone that is from around Leuven and co-founded Data Science Leuven? Did he used to work at a client of ours and are we still cleaning up his mess? Is he the creator of Hadoop or did he create Airflow? Oh, wow. So there's 2 good answers. He is the creator of Airflow, but also Pierre picked a fight and lost. He specifically asked me like to forget about the episode and move on, so that's why I mentioned it. Next guy. I don't know if it looks a bit creepy, but the toy he's having in his hands is a glue. So the question, his name is Dog Cutting, and the question is who is Dog Cutting, of course. Also see a picture on your phone. Is he the creator of Flink, of Hadoop, of Nudge, or of Spark? He created something. I met him once, by the way. I was very excited about that. I don't think he was, but I was. So let's see. Yeah, so indeed he created Hadoop and Nudge, right? So the two projects. He's mainly known for Hadoop. Nowadays, by the way, if you say you're on Hadoop, you're old-fashioned. But when we started DataMinet, I don't know if you know, I'm a Cloudera certified Hadoop engineer. That's the first thing we did. So You see how fast technology trends go. Anyway, finally, big influencer. He's actually in the room. Who is this person? Not even going to give his name. Who the hell is this? Is he an ex-employee of Data-Minded? Is he a study buddy of Gergely? Is he a Belgian data engineer who's really passionate about streaming, or is he my former boss? We go way back, right? Yeah, he looks like my former boss, but he's actually a data engineer, very passionate about streaming. His name is Dan, by the way, if you want to talk with him. He's a very nice guy. He never worked here, but maybe you never know what's to come. Dan. And he's also never been my boss, but also you never know what to come. But so yeah, I think with this, after Midi's talk, there will be one more final question that will decide the final leader. But let's see. Oh, Snuggles is doing very well here. Who is Snuggles? You don't. You're Snuggles. But still, you're still Jonas. Jonas still not in the room. Jonas. Vincent in the room. You, Vincent. All right. Cool. And Flavien, he's also here, right? Yeah. There you are. Okay. With that being said, I'm gonna switch back to content. Last but not least, it's Midi who's going to share his 10 lessons learned in 10 years of data. So Midi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I already have a mic. Let me put just here for the time. What a pressure to be last. How are you holding? Okay, I promise it's gonna be chill, it's gonna be fun. There is gonna be code snippet. Yeah, so there is a common, let's say, ritual at the end of the year in the data community to predict what's the trend of next year, right? And I thought it would be much more fun to look at the decade of data. Thank you, Pascal, for studying most of my slides. And yeah, because what do you need to do prediction? Past data, yeah, obviously. All right, you're still alive. So this is not a corporate PowerPoint. I'm sorry if I'm shocking some people. So as I said, like Pascal used some of my image. We don't know if it's still or we're just two great minds in the same room. But then I was like, at least he's not stealing some of my memes. And then I saw a slide of Nathan. So you guess what's happening. Anyway, just a little bit about me. Not an influencer. I'm a Belgian, but I've been living in Berlin for the past almost 4 years now. I have more than 8 years of experience as data engineer, as IC, individual contributor. So people come to me when they have a technical problem, not when they want a salary raise. I worked for the past 4 years in hypergrowth environment, Klarna, Back Market, Trade Republic. It's a company that's double engineering size in a year. I create data content on YouTube, LinkedIn, Medium. You can find me on Medium. I play too much League of Legends during my free time, and I'm a husband and a father, and this is a beautiful GDPR compliant image of my family. Anyway, if you're asking now how the hell this guy is doing everything, well, I just happen to have a cloning machine. Just kidding. It's still quite challenging to manage everything together, but you know one easy thing to do? Subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm curious, who is currently subscribed already to my YouTube channel? Wow, so many new subscribers to come this by the end of the story. So let's make a deal. If you have at least one smile on your face, you got to subscribe at the end of the story. Anyway, let's going back to 2012 and meet Bob. So Bob in 2012 is a big data engineer. He's super happy because his company invested into an on-premise Hadoop cluster. It doesn't have to work anymore with proprietary BI tools. Spoiler alert, they're still there. is happy to just care about distributed system rather than business value. That was a good time. And a few months, system engineers and thousands of years later, the cluster is ready. Oh boy, that would be so nice if we had something that does the work for us, right? Installation, management of the server. But I mean, what we will do then, it will steal our job, right? Well, that's the first lesson learned. The cloud didn't take our job. Technology doesn't replace people, it changed the way we work. So if you're all scared about the ChatGPT-3 post that you're seeing online, saying that it's gonna kill developers, just look at the history and think twice. Things is gonna be okay. Or at least I hope you're still all employed here. Another day in the life of Bob, the big data engineer. So today, Bob has a big bad shop to run over 1 year of data. Oh boy. And his colleagues are looking at him and say, well, nice, I'm gonna have a long coffee break then because you're gonna use most of the cluster resource. And that's another lesson learned, is actually unlimited cloud resource can be painful because you're not bothering your colleagues anymore because if you use on-premise resource limit, you're just burning your credit cards. And there is a couple of questions that you can ask yourself to lower those costs. Is basically to understand how big your data is, what are the biggest data assets, what's the growth of data usage, storage and compute, the growth of your use case, how fast you run those computes, daily, hourly, streaming pipeline. And that will give you a price tag on all your data assets and your compute job, right? And here comes the most interesting question. How important are the most expensive data assets really relevant? So if you manage to get all the scheduling right, you are on a good track to reduce some costs. All right, 2016, Bob, the big data engineer. Really? 2016? What else could he be in 2016?
Data scientist.
But yeah, of course, data scientist. Machine learning. Data science was turning liquid gold back then, right? Right? Well, that's another lesson learned. Data science was a dream. Long live engineering. I really like that theme because, by the way, it's a really great show. If you don't know it, Silicon Valley, this is a must-watch show, so you know what to do after this event. But anyway, there is two reasons why I like this meme. The first one is that company basically were on a hiring spree to hire a lot of data scientists because they could say, yeah, we can do machine learning, we can do fancy analytics, but they realized that they need actually better data foundation. And the other point is we need to be humble with our data maturity. So yeah, try basic analytics before trying to reach machine learning. And I think it comes into also the sense what DataMind mentioned about the data maturity index. By the way, not sponsored, it's just, we came along that they steal all my slide. Anyway, 2018, data scientists, yeah? No, there is no tribe, it's still a data scientist. So Jupyter Notebook. So who has been using Jupyter Notebook in the room? It's a lot of data engineers, but oh, wow, still a lot. I'm surprised. You went to the dark side. Anyone can guess the output of this cell? Come on, try it out. Yeah, that's fun. Jupyter Notebooks are great, right? No need to know software engineering, just a few Python code, and it's working, right? You get where I'm going now? So yeah, another lesson learned, meet the user where they are, but not too much. So yeah, from works on my machine to production. So we have been facing that issue multiple times in the past, and still nowadays, you have still a lot of tools to productionize notebooks now. But the point there is that notebooks are really great because they lower the technical barrier to entry, right? And that's what we want. I think also, it was in Nathan's slide, it mentioned We need more data people, right? But the problem with notebooks is that it's also not enforcing software engineering best practice, versioning, testing. And that's what I mean by meet the user where they are, but not too much. We need to provide those tools for other data citizens to be able to do their job, but they also need to upskill. And guess what? This is an information also we've been hearing the whole afternoon, upskilling people. So it's all about finding the right balance, in my opinion. I think one good example is DBT did it pretty well. If you look at data analysts, for example, they were just doing SQL pipeline, right, in the coding editor. And I guess like the longest SQL that we saw, you probably find it on a Google Doc, maybe, not on a Git repo, I'm not sure. Anyway, the point is, DBT is a great tool to run SQL production pipeline, but you need to know some basics. You need to know Git, the process, how it's working. You need to not be afraid to go into your terminal. Wow, it's black. And run some commands about DBT run, DBT testing. So this is like really a good balance between we provide you a tool to make things better, but you have to upskill a bit and find your user halfway. 2019. What's the upgrade, do you think? Sorry? Ah, yeah, that could be. That could be. No, simpler than that. Come on, you can find it. That's been the theme for the whole afternoon. Yeah, just a data engineer. We forget about the big. Like, it's just that simple, right? So I'm curious, who was a data scientist and became a data engineer? Raise your hands. Okay. Oh, that's not a lot. Okay. I mean, wow. Just those people. So it's just a role name change for a salary raise, right? I mean, I'm not blaming you. I did the same. So that's also another problem, is that the data engineer role that started to be really hyped in 2019 became to be too wide. And by the way, this is a thumbnail of one of my YouTube videos. I touched on that problem. But the point is, we have recovering data scientists. This is a term used by Joe Race that did an amazing book about the fundamental of data engineering. But basically, those people are coming from the data science world, and we expect still those people to do some kind of analytics, right? And so there is the data pipeline to still manage, so really building the pipeline. Then we have the infrastructure that we need to work on, and became to be platform engineer, a data platform engineer. And by the way, there is still machine learning in the loop, so MLOps also count into that. So if you look at job offers today, you go on LinkedIn, type data engineer, I'm guessing you can find multiple different definitions that is about those teams, right? And that's really hurting our industry today. So please try to use different type of role. We have, as we mentioned, data platform engineer. We have machine learning engineer, analytics engineer. So I think we should use a bit more that often. Or what you can also do is just when you introduce yourself, say, hey, I'm a data engineer, but I'm spending like 20% on writing pipeline and the rest on the DevOps or infrastructure to make things more clear. But hopefully this will spit even more. Anyway, data engineer, 2020. Do you think about getting an upgrade on your job role? What would, sorry? Blockchain. No.
Too late.
No, it's a bit too late. No, I didn't get any upgrade on this role, but there was a really big trend of open source data project. And I wanted to touch about that because that's one of the lessons learned is that we realize open source is a new norm. And I get often small startup company or people doing product study reaching out to me. And I asked them, do you have an online demo? Or do you have something which is open source that I can try it out? So it's true that you don't really need open source if you have an online demo, right? But the point is, at least open source, easy adoption. And think about it, in big corporate or even in some smaller company, the process for choose security or procurement just to test one product is really painful. So me as a data folk, why I would go to such a process if I'm not really sure about the product, I just want to try it out, right? So yeah, tech folks don't want to talk to salespeople. I'm scared of them and I don't want to talk to them. Just show me your products, and then of course I'll be happy to talk with you after when I try it out. First point important is that it's free, but not the maintenance, right? So not everything is all green. And I think that's one of the big challenges when you pick an open source project today, is to evaluate like the community and the growth. You can look at some GitHub statistics, the number of contributors, if it's backed up by a company. But yeah, a fun story is that when I was in those company, I built the dbt-like tool, and actually it was for like more than 70 users, right? And dbt was just starting at that point. So it was really a small GitHub project. And we're like, there is no way that we're gonna bet all work to this project. So we built our own. And actually I'm not the only one in the same case. There is a lot of big tech company that has an internal dbt tool as the same that there is a lot of company that have their Airflow equivalent built in their company, right? And the reason for that is that either probably at the point when they were starting, Airflow, for example, was not a standard, or dbt was not a standard. It was too early, and that's really challenging to evaluate such open source project. But in general, it's a really, really good trend because you can see the code, you can extend it if something is missing for you, and if the community is there, you're gonna get support in some way. 2021, data engineer, modern data stack. Here comes the slide from Pascal. Modern data mesh, right? So this is a really popular picture. It's done every year. It gives you the landscape on all the data startup products. This is just huge. I mean, I'm starting my career in data, I'm just running away. It's like super scary. So one lesson learned is that the best cloud provider is AWS, GCP, and Azure. The thing is, when those cloud providers were starting, we were thinking, oh, I will be a winner, right? Someone is gonna take the market. And at the end, if you look at that, how the hell those manage to survive through the big cloud provider, right? And that's the thing, is that there won't be a winner on the cloud provider. They're acting as an enabler for other company product, which is really interesting. It's, healthy competition, healthy innovation. I think another good example in the data world is basically Snowflake, that used a lot of AWS to deploy their product, right? And they were betting on the failure of Redshift, but that's another story. And also Databricks, which has a strong partnership with Microsoft. So yeah, startups can take some part of the cake, so that's really nice. And by the way, this is a question that's come up from a lot of people starting in their career in data. If you go on a live stream on bigger content creators than mine, this question is always popping up. I had to answer it multiple times. Because if you get into the fields, it's really disturbing, like which one you should focus, right? So that's also interesting to keep in mind. The data stack need definitely consolidation, right? We cannot stay in that situation where we have so much companies. We see some standards emerging. I mentioned here ACID file format. So here I'm referring to Delta Lake, Apache Iceberg, Apache Hudi. So it's really nice because it's enabled more compatibility through the different system. But there is other open standards that's raising. I'm thinking Open Lineage, Open Metadata was mentioned also. So they're really early, but like standard about different things to avoid certain locking. So that's really nice. And the other one regarding consolidation is that some cluster would just die. I mean, that's not possible. If we saw the numbers that Pascal, sorry, you should have come on stage with me at the end, mentioned regarding the funding. This is like, you remember that peak, right? And this is the peak where money used to be cheap. And I think we're going to see next year the one that managed to survive this crazy winter. I'm not talking about the crypto winter, I'm talking about the data winter. But I think it will be for the best for, in general, our data ecosystem. 2022, data engineer. Yes, Bob is still data engineer. SQL and Python, everywhere. We also heard about that. Personally, I get the Python fighting. I say personally, it's Bob, by the way. There is no relationship between Bob and I, in case you didn't notice. Couldn't we use a proper programming language for real software engineering? So I bet you like that slide, Chris. Data engineering analytics is software engineering. That's something we realized. And so I think that's also a new trend of data people getting more software engineering best practice. Again, dbt is an example, but there is other trends. Something to mention is that Google doesn't have a data engineer role. They have software data engineer role. So some company already used to just make it as a specialization. And I think it's going to come more and more over that basically data engineering is just a specification like front end or back end, which is really nice, and not just, oh, we have, you know, those product people and those people managing data. No, they're all the same. We need to have the same foundation in terms of best practice. Python and SQL are nice. Let me explain a bit that mean, because maybe a lot of you doesn't really understand. So when you work in data, some people say, hey, you must use Python, right? It's really popular in data. But fun fact is that it's not really Python by itself which is popular. Most of the library in Python use actually C extension. So pandas, NumPy, etc. for performance reason. And the thing is that Rust has been raising this past year, I don't know if you saw, the most loved language based on Stack Overflow survey for 7 years. I mean, 7, and I'm not even sure that I can commit for such love. But the thing is, it's a trend, it's more safe, there is a bunch of nice features, and there is other big tech trends, Signal. So Meta, for example, said that is their recommendation to write CLI. But the really cool thing for the data word is that it can have a function call to the C word for 0 cost. I'm not going to go into the detail, but basically it works really nice to replace those C extensions. And Guido van Rossum mentioned in one of his last podcasts that there is a huge dependency on the C word in Python in the data word, right? Who knows Guido van Rossum, by the way? Cool. Just for information, it's not a big deal, just the creator of Python. So yeah, that's my bet. And I think we're coming back also before about specialization in different data engineering world. I can definitely see some people still, so Python will still be there as a high-level programming language to basically lower the technical entry barrier. And other people will focus more on the performance and on Rust to basically provide a Python package. So Python package and the core is written in Rust. This is already happening. Delta Lake as a Rust equivalent. Pydantic, which is used in FastAPI, which is the most used API framework and love in Python, their core is rewritten in Rust. So this is really the next wave. And by the way, not an ad, I'm doing a video about this topic for next week. Anyway, 10th lesson learned. Oof, just in time. Let's recap. The cloud didn't steal our jobs. Unlimited cloud resource can be painful. Data science was a dream. Meet the user where they are, but not too much. Data engineering role is too wide. Open source is the new norm. The best code provider is AWS, GCP, and Azure. The data stack needs consolidation. Data engineering analytics is software engineering, and Python, SQL, and Ignite. The rest is efficient. That's easy to do, right? That's more harder to remember. but this is easy to remember if you enjoy. And by the way, I have a special announcement. I'm launching a course, not a data engineering course, a course about creating technical content, should it be written, podcast, or video. It's not about being an influencer, it's not about being a rock star. It's about putting your thinking into content and put it out there as a knowledgeable asset and sharing with the community and learning from them. I've been learning from the community so much and has boosted my career so much that now I just want to help other people or some companies also that needs a bit of developer advocates. So reach out if you're interested. That's it.
All right, that was actually really amazing, Mehdi. Thanks a lot for your talk. Are there any questions live from the audience? Just shout. Should I check Mentimeter? I don't know if you. I'll check Mentimeter to be sure. Yeah, no, this is. I don't think so. I don't think there were specific questions for Mehdi.
You can.
Yeah, there's Oliver.
You mentioned that notebooks don't promote best data engineering, software engineering practices. And I'm fully with you on that one. But I also know lots of companies who's like, what's the deal, right? I mean, we've got Databricks, which can indeed run notebooks in production. We don't like to see it, but that's what it is, right? So how do you deal with, well, basically that conflict of interest?
Yeah.
I believe it can be done better, but companies don't always see the need for that.
I mean, company needs to make money at the end, right? And they follow the hype. So I think that's one thing. I think there is a lot of notebooks company. I think DeepNote and others, they are actually including those things. So like versioning into notebooks, still building it. I think Databricks, I haven't followed the last release, but I think also they're going into that sense because they get a lot of feedback from customers that it's a pain to maintain at scale in production if everybody has this own notebook. So I think there is basically a trend of putting some features on the notebook, so that it will still be there, but I can clearly see a trend to add some testing, add some versioning over there.
All right. With that, thanks again, Mehdi, for your talk. Last but not least, so we're going to do the final bit of the quiz here. I have 3 bottles of wine for the top 3 to win. So exciting. After that, we're gonna have our reception with drinks and some food. It will be across the street, right? It's very dark, but we will have people help you walk across the street. Just don't get run over by a car, but it should be fine, right?
For me.
Follow the big people at Data Minded and Stijn. Sorry, Stijn. All right. So if I remember correctly, I only had one more question. So get ready. Go to 77489710. The final question, question 10 out of 10. Who organizes the most awesome data events in Belgium? Is it A, Data Minded, Data Beers, or Data Science Leuven? For those of you who don't know, Jelena organizes Data Beers, right?
Yeah.
And I also organize Data Science Leuven, so careful what you pick here. Oh wow! Well, all the answers were correct. I wouldn't say we do it better than Jelena, of course. But so that brings us to, everybody gets extra points. Let's see who was quickest. That brings us to our 3 winners. Vincent died, I think. Vincent, what happened? You cheated or something? I don't know. Jonas is the winner with 6,634 points. I think Jonas is online. So Jonas, if you see this, you should come to the office. Collect a bottle of wine. But the runner-up and the third in place is Mike and Vincent. So if you can please come on stage. Hey, applause. So, Vincent, what did you do to train for this victory?
Follow you on LinkedIn.
All right, Mike. Any final words from you to what did you do to win this amazing prize?
I studied really hard.
Thank you, Mike. All right. Well, with that, Transform 2022 is a wrap. So I'm looking forward to meet you all over drinks and some food on the other side of the square. All right, and follow Pierre and Gerge. Yeah, they will be the guides. All right, thank you. Maybe Olga.